City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlement for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together.
Testing one.
Good day, councillors. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. We are going to start the meeting. I'd like to welcome all councillors and officials linked to this MS Teams virtual meeting, as well as the media and members of the public connected via the YouTube link. I now call on all councillors for a moment's silence. Thank you. Councillors, we'll move on to the attendance registration and we'll proceed with the electronic registration. The link will be posted in the IM box and I ask you to click on the link in order to register. Once we are quorate, we will proceed. The link will be posted a few times to enable you to register. We quorate. All right. Thank you. We will proceed. We will announce the party totals and attendance further on in the meeting. Councillors, I now call on you for another moment's silence to recognise the passing of our colleague, Councillor Neil de Beer. Thank you. And we have got a new councillor to welcome, but the mayor will do that in his speech. So we will proceed now to the mayoral address. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to confirm that you can see and hear me.
We can, sir.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors and Team Cape Town colleagues, members of the public, members of the media watching, goeiemorgen, good morning to everyone, molweni, assalamu alaikum, shalom. Colleagues, as always, I'd like to start by welcoming new colleagues who have joined us in council. And this month, I am pleased to welcome Councillor Bulelani in Mpumalanga, representing the AIC, and Councillor Kurt Oliver, representing the UIM. And once again, we convey our sincere and profound condolences to the UIM on the loss of Councillor de Beer and to his family and friends. Councillor Oliver has big shoes to fill. But to both of those councillors, Councillor Oliver and Councillor Mpumalanga, welcome here, and I hope that you find your time here fulfilling as we serve Cape Town together. I'm also pleased that Council's decision to award the Freedom of the City for the first time in a decade has been so warmly and unanimously welcomed by Cape Townians of every walk of life. Cape Town has a rich civic life, and our observance of important civic occasions, like the awarding of civic honors and freedom of the city, are important parts of building that civic life. And I look so forward to our civic honors ceremony next month, and in particular in January, our special ceremony to bestow the freedom of the city on Mr. David Kramer and the late Mr. Talib Peterson. As another part of our civic life, it is summer once again, and that means that we have once again partnered with the young urbanists to deliver our wonderful open streets in the inner city of Cape Town and in Langa. Every Sunday between now and March, Bree Street will be shut to traffic and open for pedestrians only. And on the last Sunday of every month, we will do the same in Langa. These are not just one-off events. We actually want them to become standard features in our city, where our streets and public places are used for people first. Whenever you visit these open streets, you're struck by how many families are there from all over Cape Town. And that is the purpose of good public space. It should bring people together, not keep people out. And these open streets do exactly that. Whenever you go there, you see families from across the city coming to enjoy them. And we should all love and celebrate that. And I really invite councillors and their families to join us on Sunday, this coming Sunday. Then I know we also all join in congratulating the Protea women's team on their remarkable advance to the finals of the Women's Cricket World Cup, and wish them all of the best in the upcoming final on Sunday. Speaker, I would like to now pay tribute to one of our law enforcement advanced program officers, our LEAP officers, whose life was tragically cut short in a brutal attack in Philippi earlier this month. Officer Yonke Pakade's senseless death following a hijacking in Browns Farm on the evening of Saturday, 11 October, is a reminder that the men and women who wear the uniform, whether it's a SAPS uniform, a LEAP uniform, or a Metro Police uniform, do so with much courage and at great risk to their own safety. At only 26 years old, Officer Pakade had a whole life to still live, a life that he had chosen to commit to serving and protecting the city and his community as a law enforcement officer. He was part of a critical line of defense between the forces of criminality, violence, and chaos. And the communities, Speaker, I see people complaining of no sound. Is that just them, or is that a system error?
That will be them and their computers. They can get help at the IT if they contact IT.
Okay, cool, perfect. So Officer Pakade was part of a critical line of defense between the forces of criminality, violence, and chaos, and the communities of Cape Town, who are under siege from this violence. He will be forever remembered for his brave service to the people of Cape Town. To his family, and I want to specifically mention his mom, who I've spoken to, but also his family member here in our council, Councillor Lwazi Pakade from the ANC in this council, as well as his friends and his colleagues in the LEAP program. To all of them, we offer our sincere condolences, and we wish you comfort and strength as you grieve his loss, and as we all, in fact, grieve his loss. And I assure you that we will not rest until those responsible for this terrible crime are successfully prosecuted and locked away. And Alderman Smith told me very comfortingly that in all the years of the Cape Town Metro Police, whenever one of our officers has been lost tragically in this way, we have always hunted down and successfully found the people responsible, without exception. And I have no doubt that this will be the same in this case, that we will find those responsible. Colleagues, the officers in our LEAP program and our Metro Police and law enforcement services perform a critical job of visible policing, crime prevention, and what we call stepping into the gap left by the struggling South African police service. But what do we mean by this? What exactly is the scale of this safety and security void, that gap, that has been created by the understaffing and under-resourcing of SAP stations across our metro, and which is increasingly left Cape Townians at the mercy of gangsters, drug dealers, and extortionists? If you know me by now, you'll know that I'm a numbers and stats guy. I don't like to make claims and base my actions on perceptions and feelings. I prefer data. Over the last while, we've worked hard to assemble all of the numbers on SAP's deployment levels in our city, using parliamentary replies, public data, and police to population ratios. And I must tell you, colleagues, the results have come as a shock. These figures are deeply concerning. The data tells us that SAP's resources in Cape Town are in steep decline. Just listen to these numbers. Since 2021, the number of operational SAPS officers in the Cape Town metropolitan area has declined by approximately 1,000 300 officers, or 15%. That's 8,668 officers in 2021 to only 7,355 now in 2025, a reduction of more than 1,300 officers over the past 4 years. And that is not coming off a satisfactory base either. We all know that Cape Town's hardest hit crime areas have been under-resourced by SAPS for many years. The Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry into Policing all the way back in 2012 confirmed this. Since then, Cape Town's population has expanded rapidly. We're currently the fastest growing metro in South Africa, as we know. But instead of expanding SAPS numbers to meet this growing population, to meet that shortfall and keep up with our growth, our city has lost more than 1,300 SAPS officers in just this term of office. Furthermore, there are more than 200 detective vacancies currently in the Cape Town metro area. 1,300 fewer officers than 4 years ago, and 200 vacant detective posts. Colleagues, these numbers are deeply concerning and actually outrageous. In fact, it's possible, I would go so far as to say that it's even likely, that this is now the lowest SAPS deployment in Cape Town ever. While SAPS should be greatly increasing its deployment in Cape Town, it is actually in retreat. So is it any wonder that SAPS is not able to turn the tide on crime, and why we in the city must constantly be called on to step into the gap? And what do we mean when we say we are stepping into this gap? Again, I prefer to illustrate with numbers. Over the same period, 2021 to 2025, our own enforcement capacity has grown by an additional 1,263 officers. For those of you who can remember our election pledges, we were elected in this term of office on a specific pledge to quote unquote add hundreds of more boots on the ground in Cape Town. And we have delivered that pledge emphatically with 1,263 new officers so far. But Speaker and colleagues, it is a matter for serious concern that with all the effort we have made, all of the funding that we've invested in new officers, nearly the same number of SAPS officers has been removed from the streets over that same period of time. We've added 1,263 new officers in the city. SAPS has withdrawn 1,300 officers from their deployment. This means that for every officer we've added, SAPS has taken one away. And the sad fact is that the overall total number of law enforcement officers of all agencies, SAPS and city in Cape Town, has not grown at all. We should be seriously concerned by this. This is what we mean when we say we are stepping into the gap to provide a service that is not the constitutional mandate of this sphere of government, but which we cannot possibly ignore in the hopes that SAPS will one day recover by itself. It is unlikely to do so. Our duty is to Cape Townian families and communities, and that is why we've taken on this critical responsibility and directed billions of precious public rands here in this city towards safety and security interventions, and many more boots on the ground. And while the truly eye-opening stat here is the sharp decline of SAPS numbers against the increase in city law enforcement numbers, this is not only limited to human resources. We've also compiled some stats on available vehicles. Here is another shocking statistic. The city's fleet of Metro Police and law enforcement vehicles now outnumbers the SAPS fleet in Cape Town by over 360 vehicles. Here are the numbers. We have got 2,433 law enforcement and Metro Police vehicles, while SAPS only has 2,071, of which only 78% are operational right now, compared to well over 90% of City of Cape Town vehicles. Colleagues, what does this all mean? This means that we are edging closer and closer to a truly bizarre scenario. We are edging closer to the bizarre scenario in which South Africa's lead crime-fighting agency, the SAPS, actually has fewer resources than a subsidiary support agency like the City of Cape Town Metro Police and Law Enforcement. How is this possible? How have things got so bad in the SAPS over time? Suspended Police Minister Senzo Mtsunu's testimony before the Madlanga Commission amounted to an admission that SAPS has no workable plan to deal with the gangs on the Cape Flats. Not a week goes by without a terrible new example of innocent people killed by warring gang members. And very often they are young children who just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like 12-year-old Faisal Chalice, who was shot and killed in Tafelsig 3 weeks ago while running ahead to collect party packets for his younger siblings. And just 2 days ago, a 14-year-old boy was left fighting for his life in Tygerberg Hospital after being caught in gang crossfire in Elsie's River while on his way to school. No parent should ever have to experience loss like this, and no neighborhood should ever have to live at the mercy of a relatively small group of violent young men at war with each other over drugs and territory. We watched the daily testimony at the Madlanga Commission with great interest and fascination, all of us glued to the TV. We watch how testimony after testimony at that commission details evidence of serious, inappropriate political interference in the management of SAPS and serious operational instability at SAPS. We see the work of the ad hoc committee in Parliament on the state of SAPS senior management. We see the work done by the acting minister to uncover the details of the complete and total collapse of SAPS crime intelligence, which simply does not exist as a meaningful crime-fighting organization anymore. We see how most of the SAPS national leadership is suspended or under investigation. Even just before this meeting, we see in the Daily Maverick today, if I just pull it up here, how the crisis in SAPS ballistic testing, with Brigadier Mishak Mkabela, the head of SAPS ballistic section at the Forensic Science Laboratory in Pretoria, saying that the ballistic section has a backlog of 41,846 criminal cases. Let me repeat that, a ballistics backlog of 41,846 criminal cases. This is why so many out and those guilty end up straight back on the streets. Of those, Mkabela said 21,732 of those cases are from 2025 alone, meaning half the backlog is just from this year, reflecting a deepening backlog that results in cases being thrown out of court for lack of evidence. And 5,000 of that backlog is just from the Western Cape, and you can bet that most of those are from Cape Town. This is why people keep getting let out back into the street. So, colleagues, we must ask ourselves, with all of this mounting evidence of crisis at SAPS, what is happening? Why is our country not more up in arms over the growing collapse at SAPS? SAPS is the new Eskom, the new PRASA, the new Transnet, all rolled into one. It's like every other institution in South Africa destroyed by ANC cadre deployment, corruption, and political capture. But it's even worse than those other entities, because the collapse of SAPS will have far more devastating and is having far more devastating consequences than load shedding or broken trains, because this is people's lives at stake and the rule of law in our society itself. Now, we cannot fix everything in South Africa from Cape Town. We can't do that. But we can demand that these resource numbers must be fixed. They must be rectified. It is simply unthinkable and unacceptable in the context of violent crime that our communities are living in, that SAPS is withdrawing 1,300 officers from Cape Town. It is unthinkable and it's unacceptable and it must be fixed. But I think we can all agree that we probably shouldn't hold our breath that it is going to be fixed. So we have to carry on getting on with what we can do here. You will know from various speeches in this council and from our current budget that we really have accelerated our intervention in safety and security. This past couple of months, we've reached important milestones with the graduation and then the deployment this last month of over 700 new officers in Cape Town, and the deployment of 40 new officers as part of our N2 highway safety unit. These city deployments will play a critical role in keeping Cape Town's crime-ravaged communities safer as SAPS numbers continue to collapse. Arresting criminals and removing firearms and drugs from the streets is just one half of the task. Then comes the second half. You've got to make sure that those people are convicted of their crimes so that these criminals are put away in prison and don't simply return to the neighborhoods and continue their reign of terror. Our officers are increasingly successful and well empowered to do the first half, but they do not have the authority to do the second half, to conduct investigations, gather evidence, build solid winnable case dockets, and see them through all the way to successful convictions. Currently, only a police officer can do that. And those police officers are stretched to breaking point in Cape Town, as I said, with over 200 vacancies just for detectives. The result is that only a tiny fraction of the arrests and confiscations that our officers perform lead to prosecutions and convictions. Our city officers remove around 400 illegal firearms from the streets every year. And those 400 cases go to that ballistics backlog. And we find that within a matter of weeks, those perpetrators are back on the streets because that backlog is not going down, it's going up. Most of those cases will not result in a conviction because of those ballistics or DNA tests. And without those tests, there's no evidence to convict them. So the lack of SAPS resources, the lack of testing resources, together with a broken criminal justice system, means that convictions in those cases are just 5%. That's right, 5%, colleagues. Of the 1,670 guns taken off the street by our brave men and women in blue over the last 4 years, just 5% have led to convictions, a shocking number. And throughout all of this, our officers have been available to help, trained, competent, and ready to assist police officers in their investigations. In fact, our training college here in the city, we've already introduced a new special training module to ensure that all of our officers have the necessary skills to take down statements, to build dockets, and to help in crime scene management, given that SAPS forensic crime scene investigators are often not immediately able and available to respond to crime scenes. What we need, what we are waiting for, is the new police minister to grant those powers, to grant those investigative powers, so we can help build those cases, make those arrests, and get those people off the streets. You will know that I've spoken about this often, and I've raised it directly now with 3 consecutive police ministers. We have also already drafted the necessary regulations. We've drafted them in black and white, and we've sent them along with a new letter outlining the urgency of the situation and the deteriorating SAPS resourcing in Cape Town. We've sent those through to the acting minister earlier this month. In that letter, I explained to the minister that he has the authority in terms of Section 64 of the SAPS Act to confer investigative powers on a municipal police service by the means of regulation. You will remember that the minister, 2 ministers ago, said that he didn't have the power to require a constitutional amendment. We tried to explain it does not require a constitutional amendment. Others have argued it requires a legislative amendment. We've pointed out and explained it doesn't require a legislative amendment. The minister can do this by regulation. It is fully compliant with the Constitution, and it is an efficient way to expand investigative capacity. In fact, it's so obvious that all you need is regulatory power because the minister has already used that power. Minister Kachalia's predecessor, the now suspended Minister Mchunu, used those very powers when he published similar regulations for public comment. So this is a solution with both precedent and practicality, and it offers the minister a way of immediately augmenting the investigative powers of his own officers. And we know from his recent meeting with Premier Windi that he is keen on this. He's keen for practical solutions that can enhance collaboration and ease the burden on SAPS. And that is exactly what our regulations set out to achieve. So he can do this. He can publish those regulations. They can be published for public comment, and they can be enacted in 30 days' time. And we can start getting criminals off the streets in greater numbers. Obviously, over the long term, we would still want more comprehensive devolution of powers through an amended SAPS Act. But until that, we are perfectly happy, keen, and actually eager to start working with SAPS in investigating more cases. My experience of Minister Kachalia so far is that he is a man who is willing to listen to solutions and who seems to have an open mind to the principle of devolution that we are discussing. So, colleagues, recently we heard President Ramaphosa praise the city of Cape Town and urging ANC councillors and ANC governments around the country to study what we're doing right here so that they can replicate some of those successes in their own cities and towns. And of course, they are all welcome here. We welcome such collaboration. I'm happy to share our learnings and experiences with all other towns and cities in all parts of the country. We can speak about the importance of clean audits and clean governance. We can speak about the level of infrastructure investment it takes to build a successful city of hope. We can speak about our mega projects to improve sanitation and public transport and housing and so on. There are many success stories we can share with lessons that can be replicated and scaled up or down to meet the needs of towns everywhere. We are doing so much right in Cape Town. So it is a terrible injustice that the one area of delivery where we only play a supporting role should have such a devastating impact on the lives of our residents. And as these falling SAPS numbers show, they confirm that the ability to fight and investigate crime in SAPS is unfortunately and sadly heading in the wrong direction. They are not turning the tide on crime. The solution is right here in front of us, in front of everyone. We've invested in the recruitment, the training, the deployment of so many additional officers, precisely so that we can take on more of this burden for an overstretched SAPS. But they've got to be empowered not to just make arrests and confiscate guns, but put those gangsters away where they belong, behind bars. So we are calling on you now, Minister Kachalia. The ball is very much in your court. Let's work together. Let's do what works. Let's do what is practically right for the people of Cape Town and South Africa. Let's build a new, successful model of cooperation. Give us those powers, and we eagerly await your response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, in terms of Rule 11.2, we now get to ask questions, and the following parties have the opportunity, starting with Cape Exit, Councillor Miller. You all have 1 minute for a question.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, context matters. So let me give you the important context of my question. On the 26th of June this year, Councillor Jacobson asked you a very pertinent question. He said, "Are you trying to turn Cape Town into Hong Kong?" To my surprise and great admiration, you responded by saying that you were in fact aspiring to turn Cape Town into Hong Kong. If that is in fact the case, let me say that I would support and agree with you 100%, and I believe many would. But let me now temper my enthusiasm and compliments with the reality of facts. Places like Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai all rank consistently in the top 10 in the world for cities that have the lowest unemployment, highest standards of living, highest quality of life, strongest property rights, lowest taxes, and strongest free market policies. These places are literally the complete opposite to policies of centralized, socialist, and collectivist states which tax the productive to death to support a bloated bureaucracy and unsustainable social welfare.
Thank you, Councillor. The next question is from Councillor August.
Well, Speaker, I didn't hear the question. Could you just ask his question crisply?
He didn't get the question. Councillor, please table the question, and then we'll move on.
You're on mute, Councillor Miller.
Okay, Councillor Miller, the question. I did ask you to get to the question. All right.
Councillor Miller is on mute.
Yeah. He can submit the question in writing for the next meeting if he hasn't.
Can I ask the question, please?
Yes, please, get to the question.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, after your bill was released earlier this year, you clearly positioned yourself in the pro-socialist camp. So you have two options here. You either believe in Hong Kong's low taxes and a productive, strong working middle class, protected by property rights and free market policies, or you believe in high rates and taxes where the working middle class is forced to pay for free and subsidized housing, water, electricity, and other services for the unemployed or indigent, like you've done here in Cape Town. So are you pro-working middle class like Hong Kong?
Thank you.
Or are you pro-socialist?
We got the question. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you want to answer it now, please?
No, should I take some more or?
Well, yes, we can do all of them and then you can respond.
Yeah, you can. I can take all of them.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor August. Councillor August, you muted. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Councillor Bongani Nkungwana.
Speaker, thank you. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, everybody. I'm not going to be long, Mayor. I heard you talking about all the processes that the city is following. And you also acknowledge the fact that we are nowhere near solving the situation. My question to you is it possible for the administration, the city's administration, whilst waiting for responses from the other spheres of government, to prioritize, to do a re-evaluation of our deployment strategies so that we can curb the murders that are happening in the Cape Flats, including your Khayelitsha, Mannenberg, your Mitchells Plain, your Nyanga, your Hanover Park, your Delft, because some of the areas are sitting on the third floor already in terms of murders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor August, are you ready for your question? No? All right, we move on to Good. Who's the question coming from in Good? Councillor Pieter.
Thank you, Speaker. It's coming from me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I welcome open streets in the CBD and Langa, a community that still faces deep underdevelopment, it exposes a growing inequality in how city events are allocated under the Municipal Systems Act and the city's own IDP. Spatial justice and equal access are not optional, they are legal obligations. Yet areas like Delft, Bonteheuwel, Atlantis, and the Nova Parks, amongst the 96 underprivileged areas, remain excluded from these opportunities that brings opportunity, safety, and unity. You have been focused on the South African Police Services and its failures, yet these programs address some of the social issues that contribute towards crime. When will your administration extend open streets to these communities that needed it most? And will you commit here and now to expand and include other areas in the next rollout? And I would love to have a yes or no on that one. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Steenberg from the PA.
Good morning, Speaker, Mr. Mayor, colleagues. Mr. Mayor, you made mention of the devolution of powers that you would appreciate from SAPS dealing with, and I would assume including corruption as well within local government. So I want to ask you, Mr. Mayor, Colonel Andre Trout said that the raids that was had, particularly with Alderman Limburg and Alderman Smith, it was part of a broader effort to decisively address corruption. So I want us to be clear, yourself to be clear, Mr. Mayor, is the Mayor suggesting there's no corruption in Cape Town, or does the Mayor stand with the Colonel in acknowledging that corruption exists and must be dealt with head on? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We're going to now try Councillor August again. Councillor August? Okay.
August laptop not working today.
No.
Okay,
All right. Mr. Mayor, if you can respond to those questions, thank you.
Sure. I'm also happy to take another one if someone wants to replace Councillor August. Councillor Miller, absolutely. Our ambition is to be a absolute leading city of the world and a developed place where there is much less poverty, if no poverty, like in those developed world cities, where everyone has work, where no one grows up with the pain of extreme poverty, where no one grows up with the pain of hunger, where no one grows up with lack of access to decent services and dignified services and a good quality of life. We absolutely aspire to be a city and a country like that, unashamedly so. But we are not a place like that yet. We have got extreme levels of poverty in South Africa. We have lots of places in Cape Town where there is extreme poverty. We have lots of places where living conditions are extremely rough, where there is no dignified services yet. We have got lots of ever-growing new informal settlements. And it is simply not possible to say that while we aspire to be a first world developed city, we're going to do nothing to actually work towards getting to that place. We have to work towards that. Those places didn't become like that overnight. Hong Kong was a slum in the 50s and 60s. So was Singapore in the 50s and 60s. They developed by good national economic policy, by embracing the power of the market, by incentivizing investment and development. They did the right things over many, many decades, and the results are there for everyone to see. And other places as well. I don't only have to use Southeast Asian examples, but just look at what's happening in Indian cities now, in Mumbai and Delhi. Unbelievable growth and development, lifting hundreds of millions of people out of poverty because of active decision-making to say we are going to improve basic living conditions. When I visited India with Councillor Badruddin last year, we heard how they've rolled out 10 million new toilets for the poorest people in India just in the last few years. The Prime Minister of India has focused very much on toilets in a similar way that we are focusing on sanitation infrastructure in our city. So you massively oversimplify it when you describe it as pro-socialist. I must say, Councillor Miller, that's just nonsense. I know that there were some of your fellow travelers and Handlangers online referring to me as, I think they're called a municipal Marxist, which I found very, very amusing. But let's just use some of the phrases you used. By the way, Cape Town already has the lowest unemployment in South Africa, still far too high at 21%, but it's a good 15 points, 16 points lower than the rest of South Africa. Cape Town already has the lowest taxes in South Africa. I know you don't like to admit this, Councillor Miller, but it is by far and away, even with the increases we passed this year, the lowest taxes in South Africa is in Cape Town. There is not a single other one of the major cities that comes close. In fact, the next one, Johannesburg, is nearly double It's only in the upper echelons of the highest property value bands above, well above 6 and 7 million and up, where we start to get close to Joburg's levels of tax rates and overtake them. And even when we overtake them at property levels above 7 or 8 or 9 million rand, we're still the second cheapest. We are still seventh out of the eight metros. So lowest unemployment, lowest taxes. We are absolutely working. I believe we are already the easiest place to do business in South Africa. We're working to be the easiest place to do business in Africa with unashamedly pro-business, pro-investment policies. So we are absolutely firmly in favor of growing this economy, growing the middle class, getting more people into work and out of poverty. We are also in favor of using the resources that we garner from that economy, from that successful, huge rise in property values, and use that to improve the quality of life of the poorest people in our city. We do so unashamedly. That does not make us socialists. That is just kind of high school political analysis, with all due respect. Councillor Makungwana, why can't we act now? Well, we are acting, Councillor. We're acting by putting more officers in those areas that you mentioned. In fact, I would hazard a guess, I don't want to speak definitively, but I would hazard a guess that there are some gang hotspots in Cape Town where, because of the LEAP deployments, we have got more officers deployed than SAPs. The point that I made in my speech, as you heard, was that those officers can do the first half of the job. They can patrol, they can stop, they can search, they can find, they can confiscate. They cannot do the second half: investigate, build prosecution-ready cases, and make sure that those people go away. That's the point I was making. Councillor Cupido from this new political movement. I see he was introduced as a good councillor, but I think he's now from this, I forget what the United for Once or something like that. Good one, Mzansi. I think that's the way to describe that joke. But sir, let me just educate you. We don't allocate events in Cape Town. We have an event support fund, and events come to us, event organizers from across the city. And we can get you the stats on that. You can submit a question. We can get you the stats. Thousands of events the city supports on an annual basis. I heard an amazing stat last weekend, because it's coming to summer now. Our events team told us that they were supporting something like 10 events on one day. It was the speed race, this lovely new event that's just come, the speed race in Cape Town. It was the volleyball, some kind of world championship volleyball event in Camps Bay. There was another event at the stadium, and 7 other smaller events around the city. There was the summer festival in Wynberg. I think it's called Summer Festival or something, Summer Jive or something like that, in Wynberg, happening at the same time. 5,000 or 6,000 people there, and 5 or 6 other events around the city, all on the same day. So Cape Town hops with events in the summer, and we support many of them. But those events come to us and they ask for support. And I will let you know, Councillor, I'm sorry that you didn't come, but we've had 2 Open Streets events in Mitchell's Plain. They were absolutely wonderful. I was at both of them. They were at the one was at AZ Berman, and the other one was in another street whose name escapes me now. One of our local councillors there can tell us. They were absolutely packed with thousands of people. Families came out, and I would love to do them again. We also did one in Langa previously. We're going back to Langa now. And we did one in Bellville, if memory serves me correctly. And I'm very happy to take the Open Streets elsewhere as well, because that is something that I would like to drive. Thank you very much, Councillor Woodman. It was in Eisleben Road, and it was a wonderful event. I'm sorry that you weren't there. And Councillor Southgate tells me that they are hosting one in Grassy Park. So there, your question is asked and answered. Then Councillor Steenberg, thank you for that comment. Look, can I just make it clear, Councillor Steenberg, when you have got 34,000 people in any organization, whether it be a business, whether it be a church, whether it be a religious organization, or indeed a government, when you have so many people, you will have bad apples. That's just human nature. There's no way around that. What you have to do is create a system, an environment in which people realize that they are taking too much risk if they think they're going to get away with that eventually they will get caught. And that is what we have built over time in Cape Town. People know that our systems, our processes will catch them. Eventually, you will not get away with it. And even if you come up with some new fancy way around the latest test, we will develop a new one to get ahead of that new strategy. So we're constantly trying to stay one step ahead of the bad apples. And that is what happened in that most recent case where the city manager reported that our city manager, who I'm sure online, Mr. Mbandazayo, reported that matter to the SAPS because our own internal forensic auditors had found, in fact, there is something here that we may have missed previously, that we need to develop yet another control or process to catch that, and we better look into this. And they did exactly that. So that is an example of the system working. And I think that Mr. Mbandazayo must be congratulated for taking such a firm and relentlessly tough stance to say, if you try anything here, you can try it, but you are going to get uitgevang eventually. But there's something different going on. We've seen this now a number of times where there's I can only describe it as a basic lack of professionalism on the part of some of our colleagues, and I must emphasize some of our colleagues in the SAPS. And that is why we had to go and challenge the legality of those raids. And as you know, Councillor Steenberg, that was confirmed by the Western Cape High Court that those raids were illegal, unconstitutional, improper. And we are not stopping there, by the way. We're taking follow-up action as a result of that with the Magistrates Commission and with the SAPS itself against those responsible, because it's all well and good to do your job, and you must do it well and you must do it properly. But if you politicize your job, or if you try to use the law as a weapon to settle scores, or whatever the case is, then you should expect that we will push back. And that is what we did in the case of the raids on Alderman Limburg and Alderman Smith's office. And I'm very glad that the High Court confirmed those things. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we have a question from Councillor Van Zyl, Annelies Van Zyl, on behalf of the DA.
Good morning, Mayor, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Besides the open streets that we're going to have, what other measures, plans, and actions are the city putting in place, especially to embrace this upcoming festive season? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Van Zyl. When summer arrives, Cape Town starts to burst out of its seams. I spoke to you already about how we were supporting 10 events on just one day, and I think that will even grow. Our peak period is January, February, where we sometimes have 20, 30, 40 events on a single weekend across the city. It is a busy, busy time. All of the visitors arrive from around the country. All of the Joburgers arrive. We see all those Gauteng number plates on the road. We have to try and be extra nice to them and extra welcoming to them, even when they drive badly on our roads. And so our city staff have to get ready as well. And this is an incredibly busy period, because most of our staff work throughout the December period, cleaning our beaches, doing the vehicle stops, the traffic checks, doing the roadworthiness checks, the drunk driving checks. All of our pools are open. All of our lifeguards are on duty. So it's a very, very busy time. And we are steadily preparing for that time every day now. Some of the final work is happening to all of our swimming pools this week so that they can be open. We will soon deploy all of our lifeguards on our beaches in the coming weeks. As always, we have our safety deployment for the festive season to check vehicles, check drunk driving. We've got our officers that go on the mountain and so on. And those, I must make clear, those officers are not being pulled from any other priority area. Those are dedicated officers doing those festive season safety deployments. So I think it's going to be a bumper festive season. We see enormous interest in visiting Cape Town. And this is the season where most of the visitors here are local South African visits. And so we really want to welcome them warmly. And we know that they're going to have an unforgettable, memorable, wonderful time in the world's most beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We move on then to applications for leave of absence. Chief Whip, are there any applications for leave of absence for today's meeting?
Yes, good morning, Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Speaker, although it's an online meeting, we've got quite a bit of apologies for this meeting this morning. The apologies are Councillors Hanson, Kempthorne, Van der Ros, Maga, Twig, Jansen, that's Ashwin Jansen, Anstey, Bam, Bue, Yoko, Steerman, May, Arnolds, Dambuza, Mazwi, Bakari, Limburg, Gubalana, Titani, and on sick leave this morning is Councillor Nchweza, Tandela, Bernardi, Taido, and then arriving late would be Councillors Popheim and Councillor Dudley, and early departure will be Councillors Mpingezi, Mukuchwana, and Mukina. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. If there are any other political parties that have leave of absence for their councillors which has not been mentioned, please put it in the iron box. Councillor Haynes. Councillor Haynes.
I was saying, Speaker, I'm going to put it in the iron box and communicate to the Chief of Office also.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillors, then we move on to announcements. First of all, let me say that in terms of presence at today's meeting, we have 33 ANC members, 123 DA members, 2 members from ARA, 5 from the ACDP, 3 from Al Jamar, 7 from the CCC, 2 from Cape Exit, 1 from the CMC, 1 from the DI, 4 from Freedom Front Plus, 9 from Good, 5 from the PA, 1 from the PAC, 1 from the UDM, and we will confirm. I think the UIM councillor is present, but he hasn't got his computer yet, so he's sharing with someone, but we will check that shortly. That gives us a total of 197 councillors present. And then, councillors, I also want to say that a notice has gone out in terms of the declaration of interest. Please make sure that you get your declarations of interest submitted as soon as possible. And then we have no councillor laptops in for repairs, but there are 6 councillors who are still working on Windows 10. We've reached out to them several times to upgrade to Windows 11 and Office 365, but they haven't responded. So I'm giving you 7 days to do so. Councillor Paya, Councillor Karma, Councillor Arnolds, Councillor Ilias, Councillor Kubini, and Councillor Cupido. Thank you. We move on then to the next stage of the agenda, and that is urgent notices from the City Manager. Mr. City Manager.
Good morning, Speaker and councillors. There are no urgent matters, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we move on to the section 6, which is the minutes. We have a set of minutes for the ordinary meeting of the 21st of August, 2025, and we start on page 5. Are those minutes correct? Councillors, there were some corrections brought to me in terms of attendance. Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker, for the record. In the minutes, I think it's page 12, it's indicated that Councillors Nqina and Madikane is absent without an apology. But if you go further in the minutes, you will see on page 14 that the ANC has 39 councillors present, which in my calculation includes them in that because I know there has been part of the meeting. So if the administration can please just correct that. Let me also then say that I know on that day that some of them had a network challenges and they were in and out of the meeting, but I know they have been present in the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Steenberg, I see that you're saying that Councillor Kai was present. We will check that too, and then we will correct the minutes if required. Can we accept the minutes with those corrections? Thank you very much. We move on to, I've got a proposal from Councillor Van Zyl and a seconder from Councillor Visagie. Thank you. We move on then to the next item, which is volume 2A. And the items agreed on, in volume 2A of item 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, and 18 through to 22. In volume 2C, items 25 through to 27, 29 to 31, and item 33. In volume 3, items 42 through to 53, item 55, 56, 59, and 60. In volume 4, the following items for noting, items 68 through to 71, 73 to 77, 79, 80, 82, 84 through to 88, and items 90 to 96. So are there any parties who wish to comment on the above? I see that the ACDP does not support C43. Thank you. We will take note of that in volume 3. And then if there's any other comments in terms of the items that have been agreed not to speak to. Thank you. Then we move on. And we move on to Councillor Cupido. I see your hand was up to correction of the minutes. Councillor Cupido, if your councillors weren't writing in the iron box, we would have noticed. What is your correction to the minutes?
Madam Speaker, you just stopped by page 8 when I wanted to put up my hand. And then suddenly you just moved on. You didn't even complete the rest of it. But nonetheless, nonetheless, Madam Speaker, what I wanted to bring is that there were, when I looked at the minutes, there were a number of members that has either put it in the IM or has reported it into the meeting that they are sharing laptops on the day, and you have acknowledged it and said that you're going to record that with the members present on the day. That's not reflecting in the minutes that you've acknowledged.
What is the correction to the minute? What is the correction to the minute?
That's the one part, Madam Speaker. The second part is at lunch.
No, that's a comment. Look, that's a comment. The Secretariat picks those up if we're told about them. So is there something that has not been put in the minutes which you are saying has been overlooked? What is that specific one that you're referring to?
Thank you, Speaker. There are 3 points. The one that I just highlighted. The other one is the members present versus the members present after the lunch break. That's not recorded, which should be in the minutes. And the third one on C44. The Good Party objected against the process of the nomination process of the acting speaker, and that does not reflect in the minutes. And I would love that to be recorded. Thank you, Speaker.
We will look at the minutes and see whether we can address that. All right, we're moving then on to item 4. And item 4 in terms of the speakers list. The first speaker there is Councillor Palm.
Thank you, Speaker. We cannot see the benefit of this contract, and we are aware there are other tenders in the same category which are now being seriously questioned. This completely non-transparency must open up impact, much like Scopeware is open, because it's a violation implemented by this Democratic Alliance Run City with the assistance of their legal teams. So how will the residents of this city benefit from this 7-year contract? A cash receipting system in a time when all transactions are increasingly cashless. In no portfolio committee of the city has it been demonstrated that there is an urgent need for this, nor has it been demonstrated that this outlay of tens of millions of rands would yield any return. Is the city losing millions of rands in cash on a regular basis? Has the city struggled with cash receiptings? Are its systems obsolete? Has there been rampant loss and under-collection? The real crisis is that the DA-run City of Cape Town has cut a hole in the pockets of ordinary residents. It has created an affordability crisis for all Cape Townians by borrowing from tomorrow to subsidize the wealthy today. The mayor and everybody else in the DA-run administration has misgoverned the city, overborrowing by taking out massive foreign loans that directly result in exorbitant rates. This obligation is loaded onto ratepayers. That's why ratepayers have been shocked by their rates bills. That's why the working class have been squeezed to the brink, and our middle class have been squeezed out of their assets and savings. Yet the only savings that are in touch are the savings of the city, billions in the bank, fodder for inter-account transactions that create millions in bonuses and transaction fees for the politically connected. It's all because Mayor Jordan Neal-Lewis and former National Party politicians like yourself, Speaker, and James Voss, and others whose agenda is to turn the city into Monaco, Helsinki, or Tel Aviv, surrounded by a ring of mass poverty and daily mass murder. It's a city of fear and a city of austerity caused by this DA regime. You say clean audits, then why does COMEF after COMEF flood into the office of the lesser spotted city manager, a protected species so useful to the financially malfeasant city? It's the kind of official opposition that is, the official opposition has built a permission structure for this kind of chicanery, this kind of affordability crisis to take hold. For years, the majority of ANC councils have sat with nothing but a mouthful of teeth. This 7-year contract probably outlasting the utility of cash, or almost certainly outlast the relevance of the ANC and possibly the existence of the ANC. Not even Rasool can save the official opposition, who have refused to pick up their side of the couch of useful, constructive opposition. It now falls to others to pick up that role. We don't approve this item. We urge others to not do so. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Boyson.
Thank you, Speaker, Mayor, councillors and officials. The item in front of us is about tender number 124S 2024-25, the design, supply, delivery, implementation and maintenance of a customized, fully manageable and integrated cash receipting system for the City of Cape Town from the date of commencement of the contract until 30 June 2032. The purpose of having this tender is to enable the city to comply with Section 64(2)A of the MFMA, which stipulates that the accounting officer must take all reasonable steps to ensure that the municipality has an effective revenue collection system, consistent with Section 95 of the Municipal Systems Act and the municipality's credit control and debt collection policy. Therefore, putting in place an effective and efficient cash receipting system will help the city to comply with this section of the MFMA. The benefits of having the cash receipting system are to ensure the following: that all revenue is collected effectively and efficiently and accounted for, to lessen and limit human manual intervention in the revenue collection system, to ensure that all transactions are recorded on the system and can be easily accessed for audit and other related purposes, to ensure that all reports are system generated and can be traced per transaction processed, and to accommodate the online transactions, for example, card payments, etc., and cater for any other types of payments that may be introduced in future through new technologies. The tender is properly budgeted for over the next 6 financial years. The budget for the 2026-27 to 2027-28 financial years is based on the latest approved 2025-26 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework budget. The budget for the outer financial years 2028-29 to 2031-32 are based on the city's 2025-26 financial year long-term financial plan. To ensure sufficient public participation in the process of entering in this contract, the public, National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, and COGTA were invited to submit comments. The information statement and final draft contract were publicized for 30 days using easily accessible public platforms, which are namely sub-councils, libraries, the Civic Center, and the city's official website. The Cape Argus and the Burger, which are the most widely read newspapers in Cape Town, were also used to publicize the public participation process. No comments were received from the local community, neither from Provincial Treasury and nor from COGTA. Only 2 comments were received, one from an interested person and the other from the National Treasury. Both comments were adequately responded to and considered in the decision-making process. Speaker, I move that we approve the recommendation on page 1 of today's agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Anyone against the recommendation? No one against. All right, it's carried. Thank you. We move on to item 5. And the first speaker on this item is Councillor Paia. The CCC is against. Thank you. Thank you. The CCC and Good are against. Okay. Thank you. We move on to item 5, Councillor Pierre. Councillor Gungi, go off and come on again and see if that helps you. Otherwise, you need to phone IT and get onto Global Protect. Councillor Paia. Councillor Haynes, is your councillor present?
Speaker, if he can be assisted to unmute, because he indicated to me earlier that he can't unmute. Thank you.
We've unmuted on this side. He must unmute on his side. All right. Councillor Haynes, have you got another speaker on the item, or are we going to move on?
To the next speaker, let me find him.
We're not going to come back. He needs to be present in the meeting. Councillor Notsodo?
Am I audible?
You also carry on.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of the report is to consider the proposed closure of Evan 111304 Cape Town and 604 RE Cape Farms in order to statutorily close and consolidate encroached portions into the housing sites. The Human Settlements Directorate, the Housing Development Department in particular, has reserved the portions of property in order to conclude the Cape Town planning and diagram approval process for the surrounding housing site. The portions of public street need to be statutorily closed in order to conclude the town planning and land surveying processes in this matter. During the land use management approval process, it was determined that the portions of public streets need to be statutorily closed. The current report is to obtain council approval into Provincial Gazette and officially close portions of public street in the records of the Surveyor General. The proposed closure of the subject property was duly advertised in terms of the stipulations of Section 4 of the City of Cape Town Immovable Property Bylaw of 2015, and no objections were received. I so move this item, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Piera, if you can't unmute, it might well be that you haven't upgraded your computer. in which case we can't help you from here. And so we're going to move on. Councillor Haynes, please make sure that your councillor upgrades his computer as per request earlier. We then move the recommendation on page 119. Anyone against the recommendation? No, the recommendation is carried. Then we move on to item 8 with the recommendation on page 167. 176, sorry, 176. And the first speaker to that item is Councillor Ahmad from Al Jamar. Councillor Ahmad.
Thank you, Speaker, and fellow colleagues. Good morning. Council expects us to support the above item, which is good for our communities with growth and upliftment. Looking at the above item, as well as C16 and C17, a total of over 3.5 million rand over the 3-year period, plus a waiving of costs for these council properties. Council, with respect to all proposals as stated in the item above, we applaud the City of Cape Town when it comes to supporting community events. I'd like to ask sincerely of this council to start an even distribution of funding to community projects. A 3-year commitment to the above-mentioned events does not ring fair when we have so many organizations struggling for funding to run projects. What if we initiate a 3-year rotation of funds for these kinds of events, and in view of that, we can assist various other events and organizations during the in-between 2 years? With that being said, my concern leans towards a fight I've had for about 3 years now, making multiple requests to the City of Cape Town to assist the Abibia Muslim Brigade. This brigade has passionately been parading since the 60s, from the Grand Parade to Bull Cup on the first Saturday of every December. Since my fight 3 years ago, this very brigade has been entertaining our tourists with a unique cultural music, giving tourists a beautiful show of how diverse Cape Town is. This organization has been denied funding from City of Cape Town, provincial as well as national sports, arts and culture. Instead, they were slapped with all kinds of red tape to acquire a permit. Speaker, we are pleading to the City of Cape Town to assist these organizations adequately so that we can all benefit from funding and all available resources. Firstly, as applications we gladly completed, they had so many issues in just receiving feedback. This process must become more user-friendly. We, the City of Cape Town, are prepared to invest when it comes to the Coon Carnival, and thus we ask for this council to consider the Abibia Brigade as a promising organization that can further highlight the beauty of Cape Town's culture, joint heritage and very diverse history. In conclusion, Speaker, we all know who benefits the most from these events. My appeal is for equal assistance to all organizations. This organization has kept many youth off the streets and away from drugs and gangsterism in the past. And without the assistance from us as the City of Cape Town, these youth futures are indeed bleak, not a beautiful legacy to leave behind. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Woodman.
Be greeted, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, members online and representatives of the media. Madam Speaker, as a proud resident of Mitchell's Plain since 1988, I rise with great pride to speak in support of one of our community's most beloved and anticipated annual events, the Cake Net and Key Mitchell's Plain Festival, better known to many as the DSTV Festival. This is one of Cape Town's largest and most celebrated community festivals, attracting thousands of visitors to the Westridge Gardens each year. It has been a permanent fixture on our city's events calendar, drawing over 30,000 and creating over 1,200 temporary job opportunities over a single weekend. Over the past 16 years, the festival has proven its value not only as a major event, but as a transformative platform, helping to reshape public perceptions of Mitchell's Plain, showcasing our talent, our culture, and our spirit of resilience. Importantly, it has brought many first-time visitors to our area, promoting social cohesion and local tourism. The festival also creates vital opportunities for local traders and entrepreneurs, with 100% of suppliers sourced from Mitchells Plain and its surrounding areas, ensuring that economic benefits remain within our community. Madam Speaker, as Mitchells Plain celebrates 50 years of existence, the upcoming edition of this festival next month will hold special significance. It will not only be a celebration of our rich history, but also a reflection of how far our community has come. As a caring city, we recognize the importance of supporting events that strengthens our communities, create economic opportunities, and build local pride. This is why the City of Cape Town's sponsorship of the CakeNet and Key Mitchells Plain Festival is both appropriate and impactful. Madam Speaker, the proposal before us today on page 176 seeks Council approval for a 3-year agreement to support the festival for the 2025-26, 26-27 and 27-28 financial years. Approving this multi-year partnership will demonstrate our continued commitment to supporting community-based initiatives in historically disadvantaged areas, amplify economic growth and social impact, provide organizers with the stability and certainty needed to plan strategically, grow sustainably, and expand the festival's reach, not only for Mitchells Plain, but for the broader Cape Town municipality. Madam Speaker, I therefore move that Council votes to approve that the Events Department enters into a multi-year agreement with the organizations of the CakeNet and Key Mitchells Plain Festival, ensuring its continued success and contribution to the people of Mitchells Plain and the City of Cape Town. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Your hand is up. What is your point of order?
No, I don't have a point of order, Madam Speaker. If I could ask a clarity question to the Speaker, please.
A question of clarity, okay.
Yeah, Speaker, I heard the councillor saying that she is requesting, as per the recommendation, that we approve this budget the funding to this organization for the event 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28. We are in 25, 26 now. Are we approving a budget while the City of Cape Town is already marketed as a contributor to this event, and even before we have approved funding for this event?
All right. Thank you very much. I see the Mayor has asked that Alderman Smith respond. Alderman Smith, on behalf of the Mayor, you may respond and deal with the question of clarity. Thank you.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, but very faint, so please speak up.
Apologies, ma'am. On the issue of the Bibia event, can I just say, firstly, with regards the Mitchells Plain CakeNet Festival, this is a festival that has been coming a long time. The events organizer has built it up and has demonstrated a track record of effective delivery. So we are definitely in a position to support him with confidence and to know that the event will do well and will be well run. So I can't say it any better than Councillor Woodman has said it. The investment, an extremely substantial investment now in excess of R1 million in this event, shows the willingness of the city to develop events in spaces where traditionally they have not been applied for by events organizers. As the Mayor has previously said, events happen where organizers apply for. So we can only support them as they pop up. And this is one of the ones that has grown nicely and has become a signature event in Cape Town. We're very proud of it. We approve about 1,700 plus events a year. And I quickly checked with the events department, who don't have any recollection of an application by the Bibia Brigade. And I've checked my email and can't find any emails from Councillor Muhammad Ahmad or anybody else around the Bibia Brigade notifying us of any problems. But it may have been some time ago, and we are extremely keen to bring as many events on board as possible. So I ask that the councillor please just contact me offline or send me an email, or get the brigade to make contact with me. And if they have a compliant events application, we will be only too happy to support the application, keeping in mind that the national events legislation is somewhat unforgiving, and we have to make sure that we remain compliant. Chair, you will also know that recently national government made changes to the events, to some of their circulars pertaining to the disbursement of money to organizations. I would say that I think national government is in the process of systematically stifling the ability of local government to effectively support community organizations, and is strangling or strangulating, if you prefer, as one of the academics said in an academic paper on this subject, the ability of local government to deliver in an attempt, and it's a righteous attempt, to curb corruption. But of course, what happens is that the compliant municipalities like Cape Town get more suffocated, whereas the corrupt municipalities just carry on and end up as one of those many municipalities with qualified audits. So in this particular case, we've had to adapt our policy. It is on the agenda further on today. And in the meantime, that event has proceeded at risk to list Cape Town as a supporter. We support in kind in a variety of ways in any case, but the meaningful support is subject to the approval of the policy amendments today, and only subsequent to that can contractual arrangements be concluded. So that is subject to the item further on the agenda being approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I saw your hand and then it went. Are you wanting to add something?
Nope, Alderman Smith said exactly what I was going to say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we have a recommendation on pages 176, 177. Are we all in favor of the recommendation? Is there anybody against the recommendation? Thank you. Then the recommendation is carried, and we move on to item 9. The recommendations on page 188, and the first speaker on that is Councillor Majuza.
Thank you very much. Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, you are. You may proceed.
No, morning, Speaker, Executive Mayor, and fellow councillors, and the public as well. First, Speaker, let me try and assist our comprehension of the forthcoming argument by saying, Speaker, every South African law and regulation, after its adoption and promulgation, even a bylaw, becomes a social contract. Chair, I will not delve much into the detail on the item discussion set on page 190, as well as the persuading recommendations set forth on page 188. Speaker, let me first start by appealing to the spirit of the supreme document of this country that gave birth to this discussion through the separation of powers, which is the Constitution of the Republic, which its underlying principles could be identified on the discussed document or documents, which are the documents in discussion, both the draft bylaw and policy, through their preamble and problem statements, respectively. Speaker, we can all agree that this is a constitutional process which needs to comply to constitutional provisions guided by the set principles of the Constitution of the Republic promulgated under Section 156 of Section 2 and Subsection 5 of the Constitution. But one becomes worried, Speaker, when the same sacred document is going to be selectively blackmailed, Speaker. Section 59, subsection 1A of the Constitution mandates the National Assembly to facilitate public involvement in legislative processes, while the Constitution also requires municipalities to encourage community involvement in local government and are obliged to do so. Which pages, if I'm correct, 196 and 218 shows comments which are said to be coming from different sub-councils, emails, websites, with no conducive platforms for the poor and the elderly, whilst there are no evident documents showing any notifications of invites in these sub-councils. Speaker, I want to further appeal to our co-fiduciary duty as this council and our constitutional duty, that you are commissioners of oath. Secondly, to remind us all that anything done against the constitutional promulgations is constitutionally invalid and cannot be considered legally sound, which I want to believe we showed enough of these invalidities in our latter input. In addition, Speaker, before I move too far, as the ANC would like this council to consider to repeal both the Ombudsman's bylaw and policy promulgation as a whole, as this is also suggested and further supported by the internal audit that was held in 2021, that these subordinate or delegated legislation and regulation were no longer aligned and up to date, and further do not reflect the current standard operating procedure of the Office of the Ombudsman. Lastly, Speaker, the actual substituted sections such as Section 6 of Section 3D, with the text repetitive and the newly added subsection F, which they both do not give Speaker any clear textual or contextual interpretation in relation to the underlying principal factors of the bylaw itself. Neither does it speak to the spirit of our Constitution informed by Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights. Whilst the policy promulgation shows some unambiguous patterns of administrations which are in contravention of what is referred to as the administrative law, meaning both the substituted sections, which are section 5.1.4 and the splitting of section 7.3.1, in fact, the entire 7.3 section as is, portrays the delegated legislation as a deterrent rather than a document of law and order. It is therefore, Speaker, as the ANC, we are against the amendment as per the reasons set on page 190 of the report, supported by the above discussed legislative provisions, which I much appreciate, Speaker, that any person that will be here speaking on behalf of the administration to convince us based on the raised concerns. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Oram, sir.
Morning, Speaker. Thank you. I was now listening to the speaker before me, and you know, Speaker, sometimes we must check our notes and we must see if we speak to the item. So I first thought he's not speaking to the item, and then at least he referred to a page, and then I conclude, but it's actually speaking to the item. So I'm not sure what that whole speech was about. This is just a clear review of the City Ombudsman policy and the City Ombudsman bylaw, and it was necessitated to ensure the Office of the Ombudsman's governance framework is aligned, updated, and reflect current practices in the administration. So it was clear why we have to have this review. So therefore, Speaker, I adopt the recommendations on page 193 of our agenda.
Thank you. We have recommendations on page 188.
Speaker, point of clarity to the latter speaker.
What is your point of clarity, Councillor?
My point of clarity, Speaker, this is a bylaw, just to make the latter speaker to understand. Mine is that, do we understand where the process is followed legally? So,
thank you.
Simple.
Thank you.
Can I get clarity, Speaker?
We have a recommendation on page 188.
This is a legal process, Speaker. Can we get clarity?
Stop this, Councillor. Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 188. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? So the PA is against, Al-Jamaa is against, and the CCC is against, and the ANC is against. All right, thank you very much. The recommendation is carried, and we move on to item 11. The recommendations for item 11 are on page 351. And the first speaker there is Councillor Gungi. Good's also against. That's good. Thank you. Councillor Gungi is not in the meeting. All right. Councillor Haynes.
How do you get to that, Speaker? Councillor Gungi is in the meeting.
Yeah, he was earlier. Do you want to just check with him quickly?
Will do.
Excuse me? Councillor Gungi, are you on someone else's computer? Can we at 10:48 he said that he was on the meeting. So
it's fine, Speaker. We are supporting that.
You're supporting the item. All right, Councillor Ngavash, they're supporting the item. You want to move the recommendation?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I would like to move the recommendation that Human Settlements takes over here to in the process of trying to uplift this community of Crossroad. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 351. Is there anybody against the recommendation? Any abstentions? Thank you. Then the recommendation is carried. So we have, just for the record, we have the PA abstaining. Thank you. We're moving then on to item 14. And the recommendations on page 434. And the first speaker to that item is Councillor Matlow. Councillor.
Speaker, good morning.
Morning, carry on. We can hear you.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, council members and the media. Speaker, the city describes itself as a caring government that goes beyond its core municipal mandate by providing access to rehabilitation, identity documents, social grants, short-term work opportunities, and a shelter for people sleeping rough. Madam Speaker, the bylaw as it stands positions policing as a last resort. Measure after programs options are always explored. As a caring government, the city goes above and beyond being the only municipality in the country offering this high dignified level of care program. The city also describes the homelessness program, helping those affected by or at risk of homelessness through a comprehensive package of evidence-based initiatives instead of the symptoms only. It signals a shift away from simply policing street sleeping activity, which can often be seen criminalizing homelessness, towards offering pathways out of homelessness. It emphasized proactive social support, recognition of human dignity, and systematic causes which are primarily caused by a very low South African economic growth. Speaker, it acknowledges that the primary mandate for welfare and social housing lie with national, provincial levels, but cities still choose to intervene because the DA, where it governs, can. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nimmerett.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, carry on.
Good day, Madam Speaker, Mayor and colleagues. Ubuntu, a quality that includes the essential human virtues, compassion and humanity. There is a need for understanding, not vengeance. Ubuntu, not victimization. This bylaw is not about care. It's about control. The city wants to hide the poor and make the streets look clean for tourists and investors, but at the cost of the poor sometimes being humiliated. Being poor and without a home should not be a criminal offense, but instead it should bring out the human in us. What happened to Ubuntu? What happened to love thy neighbor? Instead, it turns out to be hide the poor and parade the glamorous. Yes, we are against criminality, but we are all for humanity and humility. Training is given to the law enforcers, but what about alternatives to the homeless and those trapped in the cycle of substance abuse and neglect? Homeless people are mostly treated as less human, and without the proper training, the law enforcement officers can only do more harm than good. According to the Constitution of South Africa, every person has a right to have access to adequate housing as defined in Section 26. This right, interpreted and upheld by the Constitutional Court, places specific obligations on the state to assist people who are homeless and face imminent evictions. Alderman JP Smith is not solving homelessness, he is policing it. He sends Metro Police and law enforcement to remove people off the streets, which in some instances, they were the cause of those people being in that situation when they were evicted from their homes. Instead of giving them real help and if you refuse the shelter the city provides you with, even without consultation, you will be harassed and maybe fined or end up in jail. Alderman J.P. Smith acts as if he's the sheriff and the citizens are the crooks. His heavy-handed tactics make it seems like he wants to bring back the old days of apartheid when force came before humanity.
Thank you, Councillor Minnaar, please. Councillor Minnaar.
Am I audible? Am I
You
audible
are.
to Speaker?
Can you just hold on a second, Councillor Lola? Do you have a point of order? No. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Minnaar.
Speaker, we rise today not in defiance but in defense of our people's dignity, their faith and their right to exist freely in the city. This proposed bylaw is not about noise. It's about nuisance of poverty. It's about silencing the poor instead of servicing them. Under the current law, the city already has tools to keep order. But this amendment crosses a line. It turns homelessness into a crime. It gives law enforcement the power to remove, fine, and even imprison people who refuse so-called shelter, even when those shelters are unsafe, overcrowded, or far from home. Not everyone who is homeless is a drug addict. Many are families, parents, and pensioners, people failed by a system that has no space for them. Turning a poverty issue into a criminal issue will never fix the city's pain. It only hides when the privileged say so. Instead of policing poverty, let's rebuild lives. Let's use the empty spaces this city wants to dispose of to rebuild rehabilitation centers, halfway houses, and safe second chance affordable homes that give people a real new start. That is leadership. That is progress. Speaker, we have already seen how this bylaw has hurt our faith communities. Churches fined for worship, mosques warned to keep their quiet, they call to prayer, pastors told to keep it down. When worship becomes a disturbance and poverty becomes a public offense, we are walking backwards into apartheid-style policing of our people. As the NCC, we say, take this law back to the people before you pass it. Let Mitchells Plain and Hove Park, Retreat, Steenberg, Muizenberg, and Nyanga speak for themselves. Because a city that legislates without the people cannot claim to govern for the people. This is not about noise, it's about justice. It's not about control, it's about compassion. And until we listen to the cries of the poor, no law will bring peace to Cape Town. And that is why the NCC is against. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jacobson.
Honourable Speaker and fellow councillors, the law is the law. Am I audible?
You are. Continue.
The law is the law, and it should apply equally to all persons, no matter the circumstances. You get criminal law, marital law, commercial law, conveyancing, etc. There perhaps you need a legal mind to understand. But then you get bylaw, which is consumer friendly. It is easy to understand. For example, don't leave your wares unattended in public. Don't intentionally block the free flow of pedestrian traffic in public. Don't use abusive or threatening language in public. Urinate or defecate in public. Consume any liquor or drugs in public. Be drunk or under the influence of drugs in public. And then importantly, no person in a public place cause or permit to be a disturbance by shouting, screaming, or making any other loud or persistent noise or sound. So let's talk noise. What is music to one is noise to another. In fact, recently in Sea Point, a guy was playing beautiful classical music, guitar, and he was removed on noise violation. In fact, the officer overstepped his mark and said that they would be arrested for filming. But I'm sure that we can all agree that there is certain noise which we deem to be noisy. That is stuff like drag racing without exhaust silencer, protests, rallies, demonstrations on our main roads and public space. And then there are the street dwellers, rough sleepers, using aggressive, loud, threatening, offensive, swearing language. Despite the city and social development's efforts to place rough sleepers in shelters and reunite with family, some rogue organizations have done everything to encourage our fellow brethren, humans, to remain on the street and eventually perish on the street, even wasting our taxpayers' money by forcing the city into the courts. Therefore, these proposed amendments to the streets, public places, and prevention of noise nuisance bylaws goes a long way to assist the city in restoring peace and quiet and order on our streets. That said, these bylaws or amendment bylaws mean nothing unless they are enforced. It will become nothing more than theory rather than practical. Alderman JP has recently trained and employed 860 new officers, and the mayor suggested an amount of 1263 officers. So let's hope that these officers are nothing more than a glorified meter maids issuing traffic fines rather than enforcing bylaw and deterring criminality. The enforcement of the bylaw cannot simply be targeted at the soft target, the busker playing music, or the objection to a memorial service for the late Vincent Cedrus on Clifton Beach, or the rough sleep, although the rough sleep is no longer an easy target. No, the prevention of noise and nuisance should be equally applied, like for drag racing, demonstrations, and rallies. Anyways, in advance, the VF Plus thanks Alderman JP and his department for at least making these amendments with the intention of bringing peace, order, tranquility to our streets and public places. The VF Plus supports these endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gadini. I recognize, Mr. Mayor, your request for Alderman JP to respond at the end. We will do that. Councillor Gadini.
Am I audible, Madam Speaker?
Yes, you are, sir. Carry on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The ANC is against this bylaw. It is, however, concerned that the amendment that does not take into account Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the Bill of Rights, which is enshrined, which is the cornerstone of our democracy. It enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. This bylaw does not take dignity and equality into account. The Bill of Rights also goes further in saying it places the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights. This bylaw seeks to criminalize those that are homeless, living on the street as a result of the city's poor human settlement planning to provide houses to the people. It fails to take into account people that are practicing their cultural practices and religion in and around our communities. So the ANC is against this bylaw. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ngavash.
Madam Speaker, thank you once again. Right, so this bylaw that relates to streets and public places and prevention of nuisance bylaw, Speaker, was introduced in 2007 with the amendments that followed in 2001, and now we are in 2025, which is what encapsulated here captures the ongoing social development strategy in helping people that are living in the streets. So to Councillor Nime Wout, Adam Smith Directorate is indeed assisting the people living on the streets, noting that this is a social development mandate and depends on the effectiveness of economic growth in the country. These are social matters. So this bylaw is not dealing with, doesn't deal with homeless people the way you described in this meeting. By offering social development solutions to support people living in the streets, the city is successfully ensuring that the personal circumstances of people are not criminalized, and that every effort is made to offer social services and shelter at the city's safe space or NGO night shelter before approaching the court for relief, Speaker. As a last resort, the city approaches the court only in order to gain an order for rehabilitative solutions, including relocations to dignified shelter offered at the city's safe spaces or NGO-run night shelter. This is based on principles of no person has a right to refuse social support to leave the streets indefinitely while unlawfully occupying and reserving a public space for their exclusive use. To Councillor Minnaar, there has never been any move for this bylaw seeking to silence mosques. Instead, to the contrary, on your view, we've got strong relationships with the mosques, the molanas, the sheikhs across the city. And they play a central role on Section 3 there, which is that controls noise, which is not amendment at this point in time. We embrace the call for prayer that is conducted by all mosques in the city of Cape Town, and there has never been any conflict or any clashes with us and our officers across the board. To Councillor Jacobson, at this point in time, Councillor, we are not dealing with the noise. Indeed, the amendments of the noise. You will be happy to hear that the traffic bylaw is out and seeking your comments till the 7th of November in terms of the noise emanating from vehicles. So please, Councillor Jacobson, find time and comment there. The city has developed a safe space speaker model that provides holistic intervention and care to help people off the streets and reintegrate them into society or reunite them with their families. While this model is one of the caring, it is also one of those that is underpinned by an understanding that persons do not have the right to occupy the public spaces when they have offered an alternative of a safe space. To Councillor Gadeni, this bylaw, to the contrary to your view, is very proactive and it protects human dignity, and the city goes very far in doing so. For an example, Speaker, the city's safe spaces model include dignified shelter, comfort and ablution, 2 meals per day, access to social worker on site, personal development planning, various social services, including ID books and social grant assistance, family reunification services, access to substance and alcohol abuse treatment, skills training, help finding a job, and access to EPWP work replacement. So this amendment, Speaker, of this bylaw now it better reflects the existing model, which our well-trained officials are already following daily on the Cape Town streets as part of Metro's social development approach. It ensures that legal action taken against person occupying, I'm concluding, Speaker, public places is applied by the means of a last resort.
Right.
So
thank you. In terms of the Mayor's right of response, he has asked that Alderman JP respond to some of the issues. Can I ask Alderman JP to respond, please?
Speaker, I'm assuming my laptop is faint again as last time.
Actually, this time it's a bit better, so you're improving. Thank you.
Excellent, ma'am. Thank you. Live and learn. Councillors, colleagues. So, Speaker, if I may just say, for starters, bylaws are amended by multi-party portfolio committees, not MMCs. So I cannot be the bride at every wedding and the corpse at every funeral. The portfolio committees are engaged in these exercises, and generally these bylaw amendments go through long processes with multi-party engagement and mostly multi-party support. Speaker, secondly, to Councillor Nimmer Verstaan, safety and security is tasked with enforcement. Social development is the duty of other departments, provincially, locally, nationally. As Councillor Ngqabashe pointed out, we do try and be very sensitive, and very often officers and departments will go out of their way to assist people to reconnect with families. Officers take money out of their pockets, and we provide resources to relocate people in such ways that they're able to reclaim control of their lives. We are absolutely not interested in making life more difficult for everybody. But what we must do is balance the rights of all people in all communities. And as the population of the city increases and communities become more densely populated, those matters become all the more important. So the bylaw actually does the opposite of what the speakers have now claimed. It is extraordinary, Speaker, when you see somebody's desire for malicious narrative overrides their commitment to the truth and the facts as spelled out in the report. A simple reading of the first pages of that report, which is clearly unpacked in the beginning of the report. There is an elaborate explanation, very detailed and very meticulous by the officials on pages 440 and 441, which explains exactly how this bylaw is actually improving the situation. Complaints about homeless people make up a large component of the complaints received daily by the city. And very often the public can be very impatient with the city, demanding actions that are not lawful and not possible or not desirable. So the homeless enforcement is done with great sensitivity. It is a delicate issue. But as even the NGOs who work with homeless persons themselves has pointed out, bylaws must equally apply to all persons. We all are equal before the law. And equally, Speaker, I must just say that the claims around faith-based noise complaints, which, as Councillor Kravashe points out, is not the subject of these particular amendments, are false. Those were very effectively addressed by a simple set of additional rules which helped ensure peaceful resolution between the complainant and the worshipper. Because it's not as if the city proactively goes and looks for noise enforcement. These are in response to complaints from community members against each other. Speaker, the issue around our bylaws is simply that we are working in a constantly evolving legal framework and an evolving constitutional framework with the courts interpreting provisions in law differently now from what they did years ago. And our bylaws are evolving with that. These bylaw amendments clarify something which is causing us currently to see the National Prosecuting Authority withdrawing many of our offences. And as the report says, many of these provisions, because of that changing legislative interpretation by the courts, are now met with litigation. So as a consequence, this bylaw is now being amended to clarify those provisions, explains what public conduct is acceptable, and exactly prevents the allegations of criminalization of poverty, as it gives people on the street engaged in antisocial behavior a clear means not only of what remedy is required in their actions, but a process for the officer to proceed from initial warning to further action, giving ample opportunity for vulnerable persons on the street to indicate that they need assistance and would like to avail themselves of alternatives, so that we are precisely not criminalizing poverty. And I think, Chair, a simple reading of those 2 pages would benefit several of the speakers in this meeting very well. And then finally, speaking to Councillor Jacobson, the NSOs have really started to find their footing. It is a huge project to roll out, and we're doing it on a very skinny budget, but they are really starting to find their footing, and we're starting to see them make daily effective arrests on drugs, firearms, serious violent crime, serious contact crime, with arrests and fines now every day across the city, just slowly picking up. I am confident that they will prove to be an important force of change across Cape Town, especially against the backdrop of the constant loss of resources by SAPS at the hands of national government, which is making it very difficult for good and decent and committed members in SAPS to do their work properly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have the recommendation on page 434. Those in favour of the recommendation? All right, so those against the recommendation, kindly indicate. The PA is against. Good is against. CCC is against. Ara is abstaining. ANC against. Al-Jamaa against. It's a bylaw, it requires a majority. We have a majority and it has been approved. We move on then to the next item, which is item 17. And the first councillor here to speak is Councillor Majuza. And the recommendations on page 490. Councillor Majuza, you may continue.
Thanks once more, Speaker. But I must say that it's very difficult to convince or discuss issues with an incorrigible mindset. However, Speaker, sometimes it is so disheartening that we can be presented with illegitimately constructed recommendations as this council, and we are expected to agree with them. Speaker, I want to appeal to each and every member of council before I delve to any legislative or constitutional delinquency presented to us here by the administration that the organization we're running, which is the City of Cape Town, is guided by legislative prerogatives, which in this case is the Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 33. Speaker, here we are persuaded to splash a whopping plus minus 1.3 million out of the city's financial coffers without following the due set procedural regulations, which I would like to highlight one of the key elements that this illicit process is defeating in this context, which is the importance of Section 33 and influenced by the principle of transparency, accountability, and informed decision-making. Speaker, I must say I rest my case when it comes to the above-mentioned principles versus our colleagues at the helm of the administration and further contravenes the values of the same municipalities, values of inclusive city. Now, secondly, Speaker, let me now delve into the butchering of our country's constitution, where clearly the same administrative displays its defiance to transformation and Chapter 2 of the Constitution and its supremacy, in fact, of its fundamental principles. As the ANC Speaker, we are coming through this angle not being informed by political zealousness, nor political fanaticism, but as ethical bestowers of our constitutional democracy. Speaker, all residents of this country have a right to the second-generation rights, also referred to as the red rights, which are stated to be one of the key factors that are said to be at the center of influencing these decisions, clearly stated on page 492, which today we are persuaded that such events stimulate sponsorship and stakeholder engagement to our residents in sports and health living lifestyle programs and events. Furthermore, Speaker, still on the same page, it is said that such events increase economic activity and job creation. Now here comes an ethical question. Would be why such events headed by less underprivileged support organizers aren't being afforded the same right and generosity by this council?
Thank you. Your
Why aren't
time
the
is up.
same
Thank you,
hosting such a
Councillor.
similar events such as Complete Marathon?
Thank you, Councillor Cannon.
Hi, good morning, Speaker, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Mayor, and fellow colleagues in Council. Madam Speaker, Cape Town is recognized around the world as a premier global events destination and is also constantly enhancing its reputation as a runner's preferred destination. Madam Speaker, events such as the Ultra Trail Cape Town, Africa's biggest trail running race, contributes greatly to the Mother City's goal of being every runner's bucket list running destination. Madam Speaker, every year, Ultra Trail Cape Town attracts some of the world's top trail running athletes, while also featuring the best local competitors for its 6 different distances right here on the Table Mountain chain. For the 2024 edition, the event hosted 650 international runners, 100 of whom were elite international runners. Overall, over 2,800 participants took part and over 5,000 spectators were in attendance. This event started with just 250 participants for its inaugural race in 2014. Madam Speaker, according to the post-event report from 2024, the international visitors spent an average of 6,500 Rand per day at local businesses during their 7-day stay in the Mother City, while the national participants spent 3,500 Rand per day for their 5-day stay. In addition to the millions of rands spent at local suppliers in the build-up to the event and during the event, Ultra Trail Cape Town also raised around 150,000 towards the maintenance of trails across Cape Town and the Table Mountain. Madam Speaker, this is evident that this is an event that does not only promote Cape Town's goals of being a runner's preferred destination, but also contributes immensely to the local economy as well as the upkeep of our natural resources. This is an indication that the wonderful work that the organizers have put in to make this a success, and of course, to the non-participants for making it an attractive event for those who have not been bitten by the Ultra Trail bug yet. Madam Speaker, for the City of Cape Town, it is crucial that we provide support to events
that contribute to economic growth, encourages a healthy lifestyle, contributes to nature conservation, while also showcasing the city's natural beauty to the international stage. The city's support for the next 3 financial years would ease the burden of costs for the event organizers and assist them in managing constantly increasing costs of event infrastructure and logistics.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 490. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? And abstentions? Good is abstaining. All right, thank you. The recommendation is carried. Councillors, I want to just update you in terms of the numbers of councillors present. The ANC has now gone to 35. The DA is 123. RS still 2. ACDP has gone to 6. Algemar still on 3. CCC is on 7. Cape Exit on 2. CMC on 1. DI on 1. Freedom Front Plus on 4. Good on 9. PA on 5. PAC on 1. And UDM on 1. So we have a total of 200 councillors. Thank you. So we move then on, councillors, to the next item, which is item 23. And the first speaker on this item is Councillor Nodiva. Councillor? You need to unmute yourself, Councillor.
Is that fine, Speaker? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. You may proceed.
All right. Thanks, Speaker. Good day, Madam Speaker, councillors, and all media. Speaker, the issue deals with awarding a contract which will incur financial obligations long way the budget cycle, caused as a result of design build of mechanical and electrical works for the upgrading and expansion of the Makaza wastewater treatment works. It is amongst that rationale, this House has a task to determine the city to secure a significant financial economic from the contract. The entire contract will incur a financial obligation for almost 54 months in an estimated amount of 2.1 billion. Thereafter, the House will authorize the city manager or his nominee to sign the contract. Madam Speaker, the ANC supports the item, but with serious concern. In complying with Section 33 of Municipal Finance Management Act, which deals with consultation, the city fell short to consult Black communities. The advertisement was in Cape Argus and the Biega newspapers, clearly indicates that the DA administration does not care for the Black community. You only recognize them. It only recognizes them only as a voting house. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
Speaker, the ANC will monitor this contract. And by the way, the city must tell us how is it related to the people who won this contract. Lastly, the ANC take note of will keep an eye whether reasonable care as well is exercised to prevent any fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a 17th century saying that says the proof is in the pudding. Indeed, this rings true for us as politicians on this meeting today. And a year from now, residents will go to the ballot box to vote for their party of choice. While there will be many choices, including those parties with new names that sounds like a fighting match, voters will have one thing in mind. Are there actual results that we can see that has been delivered by any of these parties? Madam Speaker, I recently cleaned my laptop hard drive, and while I cleaned it, I stumbled upon our 2021 election pledges that we made to the residents of Cape Town. One of those pledges were to invest or increase investment in basic service delivery and infrastructure. Item C23 on today's council agenda is doing exactly that. It is asking of council to approve the contract for the Macassar wastewater treatment works upgrade. As a city, we are committing 2.1 billion rand to upgrade and expand the Macassar wastewater treatment works to a project spanning over 54 months and stretching across 5 financial years. The scale of this capital investment shows the financial discipline and foresight this city has. The fact that this project can be funded over multiple budget cycles shows cash flow and credible fiscal planning, qualities absent in ANC metros where financial planning and irregular expenditure derails projects before the completion. Now, Madam Speaker, I know you're sitting there and you're saying, wow, Councillor, this is amazing. But that's not all, Speaker. What is even more amazing than this is that this is our 3rd major wastewater treatment works upgrade in this term alone. Let that sink in. Our 3rd one. Councillors will remember the Zandvliet and Potsdam items. We are serious about improving the quality of life for all Cape Townians, and this is why we are making this investment. Now, Madam Speaker, reliable sanitation and water services are the foundation of dignity and public health and urban growth. By prioritizing infrastructure projects like these, we are ensuring economic opportunities through jobs and a water-sensitive city. In ANC metros, residents face the opposite reality: water cuts, failing treatment plants, and sewage overflows that destroy tourism, property values, and livelihoods. So when our voters go to the polls in a year from now, they will ask themselves, are there any actual results that we can see that has been delivered by any of these parties? Well, I don't want to spoil it for our voters, but just listen to the President of the Republic of South Africa, who is currently a member, and the President of the ANC, who said that DA run municipalities much better than the ANC. He says, I can name them here because there's nothing wrong with competition. We need to find out what they are doing and why they are better than us. Well, according to the President of our country, a vote for the DA is a vote for a better quality of life. I therefore move the recommendations as attained in the report.
Thank you. We have the recommendation on page 779. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? And those abstaining? The recommendation is carried. Good is against the recommendation, and the PA is against the recommendation. Thank you. We then move on to the next item, which is in volume 2B. And it is, so item 24 is agreed now. So we move on to item 28, and the first speaker there is Councillor Langenhoven. Councillor Langenhoven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. I was just thank you. Yes, the item that we have before us is quite simple. It is the proposal for the demolition of several houses that will make way for the My City bus route, which will come through the Wynberg, where the Wynberg East and West, and create the Brody Road couplet within Wynberg. Now, the importance of this project is that it will absolutely see the closing of the gap between essentially poverty and prosperity, the closing of the gap between employment and unemployment, of bringing people closer to working opportunities within Wynberg and other areas as well, including Claremont and beyond. This project does make it very possible for people to have more access to the economy and dignity in life. So, Madam Speaker, the proposed demolition of these buildings are necessary, absolutely necessary for the creation of this route. As we know, the public transport system has not been 100% functional over the past few decades, especially since COVID. And we now sit with a problem where we cannot transport millions of people into the economy. I therefore want to propose that we support this recommendation that these buildings are demolished so that it can make way for the MyCiti bus route, and so that we can increase the access to the economy, to turbocharge our economy, and to provide dignity to those that live in poorer communities. I so move, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutterin. Councillor Sutterin, are you in the meeting? All right. Councillor Sutterin, try unmuting yourself. She hasn't been kicked out of the meeting by us, so I'm not sure what her problem is, but perhaps you've unmuted. Try speaking. Okay, Councillor, then you're unmuted on our side, so you have a problem on your side. I don't know if you're connected to Global Connect. Otherwise, you need to contact IT, but you'll have to move on if you are not you're not with anybody that you can speak through their computer. So you're not in a sub-council office or a chamber somewhere? All right, we're going to have to move on. You need to check your computer with IT. Councillor Sibritz.
Good afternoon, Speaker, colleagues, and members of the public. The item serving before us today seeks in principle approval for the demolition of several properties along South Road in Plumstead. The city's Urban Mobility Directorate acquired these properties for the expansion of the MyCiti bus service in the Metro Southeast. I stand in agreement and wholeheartedly support the community and the Urban Mobility Directorate that the MyCiti expansion should and must be realized in this corridor. Approving the demolition of the identified properties will be beneficial to the surrounding communities, particularly in light of the ongoing challenges and undesirable activities currently taking place at these sites. At present, the city is incurring costs for private security to safeguard these vacant premises, an expense that I believe is unnecessary, especially with the approved MyCiti route set to materialize in the near future. For these reasons, I'm in full support of the proposed demolitions and urge Council to endorse this recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation then on page 71. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? And those abstaining, please indicate in the box. Thank you. It appears that it is the recommendations are carried. We move then on to item 32, and the recommendations are on page 192. And the first speaker there is Councillor Lombi.
Speaker, good day. The item before us today is the granting in principle approval for the transfer of city land owned. As an ANC, we support the item. However, Speaker, we would like to register that the city must consider to safeguard the property to avoid further invasion. As you advised the official before the relocation of those who were on the land, that immediately when the relocation is done, there must be a protection of that particular land. The other issue, Speaker, that we would like to put on board is the matter of F9559, that is zoned for public open space. We need a clear consideration from the city as it is situated in between 9560 and F958. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sebunzi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. My speech will be short as the previous colleague has covered me very well. The item before us, Speaker, is a proposed granting of in-principle transfer of city-owned vacant properties by public competitive process. The F9558 and portion of F9560 Mfuleni is situated at Shear Street and 212 Ilikwa Street, zoned for Community 2 Regional. The city report attached as Annexure A1 and A2. The ERF is not required for provision of minimal level of basic municipal services. Speaker, the community will be relieved of illegal activities that are happening in that land, such as illegal dumping as we speak. The city will receive economic benefits in terms of a fair market value for the disposal of the city asset. The property zoning for community purposes will be highly beneficiary to the surrounding community when disposed and developed for community purposes. Speaker, the public participation process was conducted and no objections were received. Speaker, on the earth now, we've noted the challenges that has been mentioned on the report by property transaction, and as councillors in the area, we'll make it sure that we assist where it needed to make it sure that they execute whatever task that is needed on their side till the end of the time frames in terms of disposal of the asset. In that sense, Speaker, I take this item before this council for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 192 to 193. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? And those abstaining, put in the iron box. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 35. It's agreed. 35. And the first speaker on that item with a recommendation on page 262 is Councillor Duka. Councillor Duka, you may proceed.
Good day, Speaker.
Yes, good day, carry on.
And councillors, it is with great pleasure and humility that I stand before you today to deliver this item on behalf of the ANC and the residents surrounding the Trifontaine. This item reflects the collective voice and support of the people for the City of Cape Town decision to sell the portion 9 of Paarl Farm 732 located at 35 Sandringham Road, measuring 9.2 hectares for industrial development and investment purpose. The community support the vision. The majority of community have expressed overwhelming support of this land transaction. We view this as a strategic step towards unlock economic growth, attractive investors, and create sustainable job opportunity for the people of Kraaifontein and the surrounding. I therefore stand here today with the full confidence, without fear, to confirm that supporting for the people of Triffontein and surrounding area for the sales of this land. The transaction is not merely an island sale; it is symbolized of the progress for community that have long faced challenge of poverty, unemployed, and undeveloped. The new transaction followed a similar successful development 2020 purchase for a portion of 8 farm, 58 hectares property required by the truck stop fund for established framework. That project have already demonstrated a tangible program. I therefore, Speaker, supported this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kubeni.
Good day, Madam Speaker, Mayor, and colleagues. The finalization of this deal represents a significant moment for us. It clearly demonstrates our commitment to fostering strong partnerships with the private sector that will enable economic growth and create sustainable employment opportunities in our city. This sale will bring much needed economic development and job opportunities for the people of Blokhombosch, Wallerstein, Scottsdene, and surrounding areas. My only fear is that this massive deal doesn't get hijacked and overshadowed by the actions of the Black, Green, and Gold Brigade and its failed BEE practices. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 295. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? And those abstaining? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 36. And we have a recommendation on page 380. And the first speaker is Councillor Jacobson.
Honourable Speaker and my fellow councillors, a Cape Town events policy and amendments was previously debated in Council on the 21st of August, where Council tabled and resolved to not uphold the objection from the public. Remember? And just when I thought it could not get any worse, we find today on our plate further proposed amendments to the events policy. But this time round, Council is asking of us to agree to not even have a public participation process at all. In essence, last time round, Council asked us to ignore the objections and complaints and comments. And this time round, Council is asking us to not even listen to the public comment. This gives now further exclusive power to the event controller or officer. Remember that events is now a very wide category and covers sport, entertainment, religious, cultural, etc. And if I refer back to my previous item today on noise and nuisance, this item now, events policy amendment, allows the event officer at his or her discretion to determine what is noisy or not. My concern is that this leniency, amongst other things, could allow the City of Cape Town to be a place of rallies, demonstrations, protests, religious or cultural weaponry. And the event officer could exclusively approve or disapprove. I personally believe that the events policy bylaw should be different from the gathering bylaw. For this reason, and the reputational damage of not listening to the public, the VF Plus this time round cannot support the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sabunzi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, can you just hang on a second, Councillor? Alderman Smith, are you wanting a point of clarity or a point of order?
Speaker, no, I wanted to signal to the Mayor the opportunity to correct an important
That's fine, we'll do that at the end.
misinformation communicated by Councillor
Yes,
Okay.
I've noted that. I'll do that at the end. All right, sorry. Councillor Simbunzi, you may carry on.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, Speaker, let me correct Councillor Jacobson. It is quite important, Speaker, to read the report before you come in front of the council, as the changes in the policy, it's not in the actual policy, it's in the wording of certain terms within the policy. As it is mentioned, Speaker, in this item, let me get straight in this item. The item, Speaker, the submission of the Cape Town policy events policy. Speaker, I present the event policy 2025 as contained in Annexure A to the report on the agenda be adopted by this council. This will be a minor revision to the events policy that do not have a major impact on the policy. Therefore, public participation was not required, Speaker. These updates bring our policy into compliance with the MFMA while preserving its integrity and effectiveness, Speaker. Speaker, as Cape Town has built a reputation as one of the world's top event destination, a city that welcomes sport, culture, business, and community events, it is crucial that we revise our policies to be in line with legislation. The proposed amendment include, Speaker, removing all references to commercial activities, inserting a definition for event owner, removing the reference to a single source provider, replacing a sponsorship agreement with event support agreement, replacing rights package with sponsorship package, and updating provision related to bid decision making. Speaker, the DA City of Cape Town, the DA-led City of Cape Town understands that these events not only boost our economy and global profile, also strengthen our communities and create opportunities for our residents. Speaker, the Minister of Sports and Arts and Culture, APA President, cut the funding for major events in Cape Town. The DA City of Cape Town, the DA-led City of Cape Town, knowing the impact on the resident and local businesses by this decision, trying to stretch their limited resources to assist in happening of these events. Speaker, we need to know how this major cut will affect the people used to benefit economically in these festivals, mostly brought together diverse people of Cape Town with different cultures. The cultural festivals in Cape Town are the most victims of this decision, Speaker. Speaker, let me close by quoting the Deputy Mayor Eddie Andrews words in our previous councillors that said, Cape Town, you are on your own. The PA President, Gaten McKenzie, has proved that, Speaker, by cutting the funding for the most cultural festival in City of Cape Town.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, you'll conclude, please. The Mayor has indicated, Alderman Smith, that you may respond on his behalf.
Speaker, thank you very much. Just an important point of clarity. Councillor Jacobson was making references to the city's events bylaw and the gatherings bylaw. Just to note that the Gatherings Act is not a city bylaw, it's a piece of national legislation. That national legislation sections of it were interdicted some time ago and declared unconstitutional. National government was given an opportunity to amend the constitutional deficiencies and failed to do so over time, which has now left us with a very lopsided and slightly dysfunctional gatherings regime, which I don't think would be tolerated in many countries because it just has broken sections in it now. but this unfortunately is as national government has chosen to render it. And then I do want to point out, Speaker, that Councillor Subunzi is making a very valid point about the events situation. We have to constantly adapt to what national government is doing. In this case, because the amendments were technical in nature, it was not necessary in terms of the legal advice to go for public comment. There was also a time sensitivity to it. So they are completely technical and not substantive in nature. And of course, we have to constantly adapt, just as we've had to find extra funding to support events where their funding support was gutted by Minister McKenzie nationally, who seemed to want to have other intentions with that funding. And we are adapting also to that man-made or politically made PA crisis. And then, Chair, finally, I just want to say that the Portfolio Committee members indicated to me that on the amendment of the previous bylaw, no opposition was raised by the ANC in the Portfolio Committee. So for the ANC councillor to come and raise opposition on that previous item in the council meeting is disingenuous. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 380. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation and the abstentions? All right, if there are none, then we move the recommendation. We move on to page 37. Oh, the ANC is against, others against, and the Freedom Front Plus is against, and Cape Exit is against, and the CCC is abstaining, and the PA is against, and Al-Jamar is against. Thank you very much. We move on to item 37, recommendations on page 1. And our first speaker there is Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller, you may proceed.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, continue.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Cape Town is not Johannesburg or Lagos. We have a massive, beautiful mountain in the middle of our city, and we are surrounded by the ocean on the east, the west, and the south. Nothing is going to change this physical reality. Until we can afford to build underground subways like London, Tokyo, or New York, cars are going to be an inescapable necessity for the majority of Cape Townians to be able to get into and out of the Cape Town CBD. While some aspects of this project are certainly worth promoting, such as the greenification of the CBD, there are other aspects which raise great concern. The first concern is a government-funded, low-cost housing proposed to be built in the middle of the city centre. This is one of the most sought-after square miles of commercial property in the Southern Hemisphere, which already has its streets overrun with vagrancy and criminals. As has been proven many times over in other low-cost housing projects, this does not improve the safety profile, homelessness, or vagrancy of the neighbourhood, but in fact makes it worse. A further concern is high-rise buildings, with a report promoting buildings over 100 meters in height. In closing, whoever thinks that high-rise buildings blocking Table Mountain and low-cost housing in the center of Cape Town is a good idea might as well move to Johannesburg or Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you. Conclude, right. Councillor N. Jacobs. Councillor N. Jacobs, are you on the meeting?
Speaker, am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, continue.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Morning. Speaker, is a Democratic Alliance now in process of creating a Dubai for the elite and exclude the very locals born and raised in the Western Cape? This item speaks about upgrading CBD while the Cape players reside in Poo and had to beg for service delivery. This item speaks about NTE, nighttime economy, while the very same Democratic Alliance is killing our colored traders' daily income. This item speaks about safety and security for them, while the Cape Plate is soaked in blood from innocent people. This item speaks about millions being made available. Today, the NCC asked how many of those millions will be mismanaged and will end up in committees hidden from public knowledge and are the reason for those raids at the MMC's offices. The NCC won't support this item as it can't put, like the saying on the Cape Pledge, Blimbo must think on the NCC say no, thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Conclude. Thank you, Councillor Berry. You can continue, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Good day, Speaker, Mayor, fellow councillors, public and media. Today we consider the approval of the Cape Town Central Business District Local Spatial Development Framework, a framework that represents not only a vision of our city's economic heart, but a roadmap for jobs, opportunity and sustainable growth. This LSDF is the culmination of extensive technical work and, importantly, meaningful public participation. This was a transparent, inclusive and thorough exercise, one that builds trust between the city and the people we serve. The message from the public has been clear. They support this plan and they want us to move forward. At the core of this framework lies a simple but profound goal: to create jobs. Jobs that restoring dignity, drive inclusion and build lasting opportunity. The repurposing of underused office space into residential units is more than a design decision. It is a jobs program. It stimulates the construction sector, supports small businesses, and ensures that more people can live closer to where they work. The introduction of incentive overlay zones will attract investment into targeted areas, unlocking development opportunities that will create employment both during construction and in the long term as new businesses, retailers, and service providers take root. Through this LSDF, we are shaping a CBD that works for everyone, a place where people live, work, and will thrive. A place where public and private investment come together to create jobs and unlock the enormous potential of an urban economy. Speaker, this LSDF is also a demonstration of how transparent, efficient, and collaborative processes deliver real results. By engaging early and often with businesses, residents, and stakeholders, we are showing that governance can be both inclusive and effective. This is how we build confidence in the city's processes. This is also how we earn trust, by being open, responsive, and action-orientated. Honourable Speaker, Cape Town's LSDF places green infrastructure at the centre of our urban renewal, from key roads to greening public spaces and enhancing the livability and resilience of our CBD. This is not only good environmental policy, but it is a smart economic strategy. A greener, cleaner, more connected CBD attracts businesses that value sustainability, residents who seek quality of life, and investors who look for long-term stability. Speaker, in conclusion, the Cape Town Central Business District LSDF gives us a clear and compelling spatial direction for the decade ahead from 2025 to 2035. It is a plan that drives jobs creation and opportunity, embeds transparency and efficiency in our planning processes, leverages green infrastructure as a cornerstone of competitiveness, strengthens partnerships to build a more inclusive, vibrant, and resilient Cape Town. Speaker, this is not merely a framework for land use, but rather a framework for opportunity, dignity, and a greener, more inclusive future for Cape Town. I fully support this item and urge council to do the same. Thank you.
The recommendation is on page 1. Those in favour of the recommendation? The PA is against. Anyone else against? Good is going to abstain. All right, thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to the next item, item 38, with the recommendation on page 747. And the first speaker there is Councillor Haskins.
Good morning, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Looks like it. Good morning. The ACDP supports this item in principle at this stage and looks forward to Council receiving the final report in due course. We were particularly pleased to note and applaud the specific requirements set out by Recreation and Parks Department on page 753, that the applicant shall ensure that the existing trees are either replaced or relocated in order to avoid increased loss of greening the tree canopy within the CBD. We feel that's vital. We note that the Western Cape government has said that this has already been addressed. But throughout the report, Speaker, we note that there's a use of different housing terms that can create uncertainty among the public who read this document. We know that the city distinguishes between different forms of housing, where, for instance, Social housing targets a specific lower income band, typically up to 22,000 Rand. That's what's first mentioned in this report. Elsewhere in the report, it talks about inclusionary housing, which targets a slightly higher income bracket, generally up to 30,000 Rand a month. And the city also has a broader, more umbrella term called affordable housing, which typically includes social housing, but in less subsidized forms than like gap housing, open market, affordable housing, etc., up to an income bracket range of 32,000 Rand a month. While the report in the first instance speaks about social housing, it uses these other terms as well. So for the public, when they see these references, for instance, the Western Cape government component of this report talks about mixed-use residential development. We all know that we all want social housing close to, in and around the CBD. That's what we as political parties have committed to. That's what the city government has expressed. We accept that while there is still work being done in presenting the final report and the development plan to council, the ACDP's appeal is that there is no watering down of the clear opportunity that this development presents to provide people-centered social housing as part of this development, rather than any of the other forms that are seemingly contemplated as possibilities in this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Speaker, the item regarding the transfer of 918 square meters of land to the Western Cape Department's Public Works and Infrastructure is the City of Cape Town assisting in the Prestwich Precinct development, which will provide 310 residential market units, including 120 affordable housing units in the inner city. This is a unique development that showcases intergovernmental cooperation between two spheres of government, as both the Western Cape government and the City of Cape Town have made available their movable assets for the development. The development rights are secured, and post-2025 implementation is expected, pending finalization of the relocation of the Provincial Pavement Testing Laboratory and a successful procurement process to appoint a developer. Speaker, this site adds to the other two sites already launched by the Western Cape government in the inner city. The Loop project, a two-tower high-rise development in the Loop Street precinct offering over 830 units with 294 dedicated to regulated social housing, and the Founders Garden precinct next to Artscape Theatre, which will deliver over 2,500 residential units, of which nearly 1,000 are allocated to social housing. This project has completed land use approvals and is moving into procurement, and a developer has been appointed. Construction will happen very soon. So, Madam Speaker, this is a great example of the city cooperating with other spheres of government to jointly work towards achieving common goals, the goal of delivering more homes with dignity in the heart of Cape Town's inner city, close to schools, work opportunities, and public transport. Madam Speaker, those numbers again, 3,024 housing units, of which 1,414 are designated for affordable and social housing, are just in these three Western Cape government sites alone, Madam Speaker. And that excludes all the city's own land release program towards social and affordable housing sites that already have or are in the process of being released both in the inner city, the nearby suburbs of Woodstock and Salt River, and across the metro, aiding people living closer to work opportunities. I move the recommendation.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 747. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? And those abstentions? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 39. Councillor Visagie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this report is for Council to approve the calendar for our meetings for Council and its committees for January 2026 up until December 2026. And then, Speaker, I would really like to encourage the councillors to take note of this calendar as it reflects all our statutory meetings for next year. And then lastly, once again, I would like to thank Mariana Razak and her team for the hard work they've put into compiling this calendar for 2026. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Anyone against the item? Recommendations are on page 779, 778, Thank you. It's carried. We move on to item 40. The first speaker is Alderman Satoshi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, it will be irresponsible of me if I don't respond to this backward thinking of exclusionary thinking. These exclusionary undertones from the Cape Exit Council have no place in South Africa. The spatial transformation and transformational agenda is not going to be stalled. So we need integrated society. Earlier today, we had an accurate stats from a self-proclaimed statistician who bragged about his knowledge when it comes to numbers. What he failed to understand, the deployment by SAPS is done to provinces, not to cities. We have a provincial commissioner in the Western Cape, not the city commissioner. If he's not happy about his position, his portion of deployment in the city, he must talk to his counterpart, the MEC for Safety and Security in the Western Cape. He also conveniently didn't mention the association of former Tshwane mayors alleged association with Ket Matlala, who is behind scene as we speak. The item before us, Madam Speaker, is nothing but a testimony of a rushed and unthinkable policies advanced by the Devil's Alliance. They are using the review process to correct and backtrack from their previous flawed decisions. They are now looking at these delegations. The fact that they don't want to publicly admit that they have erred. They want to normalize the dead wood by bringing back their old age loyalists through this piece of legislation. The ANC doesn't support this recommendation because this recommendation in its totality doesn't speak to the issues of councillors being the final arbiters of the direction that the city must do. We cannot outsource our responsibility as councillors and give it to certain individuals within the city so that they can take the decisions on our behalf. Council is the final arbiter for any decision of council. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm not sure, Speaker, whether you have heard me. Hello?
I can hear you clearly, Alderman. I'm not sure what's happened to the speaker.
All right, carry on.
Maybe the speaker went for a comfort break.
I wish. Thank you. We'll have one later. But in the meantime, Mr. Mayor, you may proceed.
I move the item.
Thank you. Then we have a recommendation on page 807. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Or abstentions? PA is against. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We then move on to the next item, which is on volume 3, and it's item 54. And the recommendation is on page 712. And the first speaker there is Councillor Cheetah.
Molweni Councillor.
Molweni, you may proceed.
Ukuthengiswa komhlaba ekuthiwa ngumhlaba kuthengiswe ihholo lakwa 135 e-Island o-9862 Tabankulu Street kanye Tabankulu Crescent.
Okay, Councillor, we're going to ask you, once you get started with your speech, to give a pause so that the interpreter can interpret and keep up with you. Carry on with your next sentence, and we'll interject when the interpreter is ready.
Uzawufunwa nguwe kaloku umuntu ozotolika. Ndingena kumba wokuba ihholo elikwa 135 9862 asivumelani noba lizawuthengiswa i-extension asivumelani nayo singabantu bakwa 135 eyenziwa i-DA. Now sithi ke phansi ngaloo
All right, just hang in there. Hold on a second, Mr. Interpreter.
We stay that in hall 135.
iholo elikwa 135 9862 asivumelani ne-extension eyenziwayo because ayingomhlaba yo-open space leli holo, that is a white hall ekwa 135. Akho bantu bacawe ke bazawuhamba bawungene eholweni kudinga abantu bakwa 135 bangabi nandawo yakwenza kwanto banokuyenza.
We refer to hall 135. Oh, we refer to hall 135-9862 with regard to it being sold. We disagree with that, and also wouldn't allow church people to make use of the hall because people in the area are already struggling to get space to live in.
Right, continue.
Sicela into yoba i-City of Cape Town inikezele ngeholo kubantu bakwa 135 because kuphela kwento ephaya kulaa mhlaba bayeke ukucinga ngento yoba makuthengiselwa abantu abanezinto ezindaweni zabo.
We therefore request that the City of Cape Town allow the hall to be used by the residents because we don't see the reason why people already have substance to be given this particular hall.
Enkosi.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Boyson. Councillor Boyson, are you in the meeting? Can you unmute yourself? Right. Councillor Boyson, we can't hear you, but we're going to move the recommendation on page 712. Those in favour of the recommendation?
Speaker.
Councillor Haynes.
Before, may I ask humbly a question to you, please?
Sure.
Before you move the recommendation. Just on the input of Councillor Trita, I just wanted to check, he's got a petition signed by members of his constituency in support of him not supporting the item. How can I forward that to your office?
You can, but that's an issue between you and his constituency. He can vote against the item in the meeting.
All
if
right.
he doesn't want to vote for the item. He's quite entitled to do that.
Oh, that's fine.
If the ANC is supporting the item, then just
We are
write
not
in
supporting it.
You're not supporting. Well, then that's fine. Then you're all not voting for it.
Sure.
Okay. Just put it in the iron box so we have a record. Councillor Mukungwana. Are you just waving or did you want to ask something? All right. Councillor Mukungwana.
Speaker,
Your hand up.
I wanted to ask the same question about the public participation in the process of the sale. Was there any public participation opened?
Yes, and it's all in the report. But yeah, it's in the report. Thank you very much. So you can indicate how you want to vote in terms of the item. So we're going to move the recommendation. So those that are supporting the item, please indicate. Thank you. Those that are against the item, then or abstaining, please indicate. The PA, you're against the item. That's item 40. What about this item? 54. Okay. All right. So anyway, the item is carried. And we move on to item 57. We do note that the ANC did not support the item. Item 57. The recommendations are on page 912. And 914 to 914, Councillor Visagie.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, the changes are reflecting in the item, Speaker. I would, however, like to read in some more changes, which are as follows. Councillor Jacobs from the NCC to be appointed to Urban Waste Management. Councillor Oliver, that is the new councillor that we've inaugurated this morning, to be appointed as the member of the Safety and Security, PC, and not to be added to the Civilian Oversight Committee, that's CIVOC, which was put on the report as an error, Speaker. Then Councillor Makungwana from the UDM to be appointed to CIVOC. Then the last two, Councillor McKenna to be removed from the Urban Waste Management and appointed to Urban Mobility, and Councillor Thompson from the ANC to be removed from Urban Mobility and then appointed to Urban Waste Management. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. We have those recommendations. Anyone wanting to vote against those recommendations? The recommendations are carried. We move on to item 58, and the recommendations are on page 917. And the first speaker on this item is Councillor Blanche.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Mayor, Alderman,
yes, continue,
and councillors. It gives me great pleasure to introduce item C58 to review the rules of order for council meetings. Even more so in light of the recent words of President Cyril Ramaphosa, where he said, we want to go and see what Cape Town is doing. In terms of the Constitution and the Municipal Structures Act, every municipal council must adopt its own rules and orders to regulate internal arrangements, business and proceedings. Today, we give practical effect to that mandate through the revised rules of order for the City of Cape Town. The Rules and Ethics Committee met on 11 September 2025 to conduct a comprehensive review of these rules. This review included important updates to definitions, provisions on disclosure of interest, quorum requirements, the management of both physical and virtual meetings, and the clarification of roles during debates and decision-making. These revised rules modernize our conduct to reflect today's realities. They strengthen ethical governance, order and decorum, and responsible use of digital platforms. They affirm that technology must enhance participation, not undermine accountability. They also ensure that meetings are efficient, respectful, and grounded in the rule of law. Speaker, these amendments are not merely procedural. They reaffirm our collective commitment to professionalism, transparency, and good governance. By approving this updated set of rules of order, we ensure that this council continues to operate with clarity and integrity, efficiently serving both this institution and the people of Cape Town. I therefore support the recommendation that the proposed rules of order for council meetings, as considered by the Rules and Ethics Committee, be approved by council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sali from Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Speaker. Assalamu alaikum to all. As Al-Jamaa, we will not be supporting the changes proposed in its current form. There's still many concerns and unpacking required. There appears to be an ulterior motive for placing this matter before council at this stage. The vagueness of proposals and, in cases, lack of clear definitions will result in broad interpretations and potential abuse of power, which could affect many a councillor and extend to the residents that we serve. Further, a very crucial aspect is the agenda to legitimize and push the increase of virtual council meetings and the increase of the speaker's powers. We have all witnessed meetings on virtual platforms that appears to be a real attempt to divide and conquer and to control and silence councillors whose voices are there for the constituents and residents at large. Virtual platforms does not ensure fairness. It creates a dominating environment and does not ensure inclusive, fair engagement. And for councillors to actively participate and fairly express the views of constituents, it is used to suppress and oppress. The lack of clear rules and definitions as to what is considered warranted circumstances when virtual platforms can be used leads to further abuse of usage of virtual platforms and diminishes the value of especially the full council meetings. There should be clear limitations on how often virtual platforms are used, especially for full council. I strongly recommend that though changes may be warranted to ensure accountability, transparency, and order, we should caution ourselves that such changes are not intended for ulterior motives and ultimately impact the very constituents and the residents we represent. I submit.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, continue.
Good afternoon, everybody, Speaker and Mayor. I just want to concur with Councillor Henry in terms of moving this particular item. We've worked tirelessly as a PC, and I want to indicate that it's not just on the whim that this has come. It's a long time, and deliberations had been had, and as well, it is legally compliant, so I so move this item. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Haskins.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP applauds and thanks the Rules and Ethics Committee and the officials involved for the 3 years, we are told, it has spent on refining our rules of order to address the many challenges and the new tech developments that have been experienced in recent times. We fully support all of the rule amendments and look forward to all councils engaging constructively within the clear confines and direction given in these new rules. We, the elected councillors, owe it to the ratepayers, the electorate and the administration to lead the municipality professionally at all times. We feel these rules will provide updated clarity and certainty in order for this to occur. Madam Speaker, I want to move a minor amendment to the recommendation. You have a copy of it. The amendment aims to clarify 2 sections in the rules, being Rule 6 on the convening of meetings and Rule 8 on the quorum of meetings. I'll read it as follows, that on page 8 of Annexure B to the item, agenda page 932, speaks to the convening of meetings, section 6. Bullet 1.6.1, the Speaker must determine the daytime, venue, and platform of the meetings of Council. I move that the words time, venue, and platform be replaced by the words time and venue or platform. Right, so that 6.1 reads, the Speaker must determine the date, time, and venue or platform of meetings of Council and must ensure that such meetings take place at least quarterly. And then the second minor amendment is on page 10 of Annexure B on page 934, which relates to the quorum of meetings. And there's just one word in 8.2 and 8.3 that needs to be replaced in our view, Speaker. I move that the word some in 8.2 and in 8.3 be replaced by the word a in both instances, so that the 2 clauses would read that the Speaker must adjourn the meeting to a later date and time. Both 8.2 and 8.3. The motion has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nicole Sukkers of the ACDP. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Swart. Councillor Swart. Okay, so sorry, no, hang on. Sorry, Councillor Swart. It's Alderman Satashi first.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The ANC fully participated and played its role in the Portfolio Committee, while the majority of the DA councillors had nothing to contribute because of the lack of understanding when it comes to governance matters. Theirs in the committee is to chew gums and becoming voting voters. The records are there to be seen by everyone. They are there in the minutes of the Portfolio Committee. You will see who's contributing. The 2 councillors that have spoken, they are always contributing in the committee. The rest, I don't know about them. There are 3, in fact, I can't count more than 4 in the Portfolio Committee, but the DA has got more than 4 in the Portfolio Committee. What this item seeks to do is to silence the voice of the dissent and create a monster and a dictator in the form of a speaker. Notably, ANC stopped a flawed process that suggested by the DA councillors in the committee, where they wanted the MACO to initiate the review. We lectured them, they backtracked. The Speaker has already abused her powers by unleashing so-called peace officers, which has not been finalized by the committee, to remove and terrorize councillors of the opposition. What kind of peace officers who strangle councillors? Do we call that peace officers? As we speak, we don't have peace officers in the city, yet the Speaker unleashed civilians who masquerade as peace officers to terrorize the councillors of the opposition in the council before the last one. The Council of Cape Town is the only council across the country that has normalized the virtual meetings because the Speaker wants to have absolute control over the voices of the opposition. The virtual meetings were used as an interim intervention during COVID-19. We are not in COVID-19 anymore. We must not allow this undemocratic posture of the DA and its Speaker. Rule 0.13 has been removed from the current rules without any explanation. When the legal personnel were asked about this, they absolved themselves from that action. Nobody could give the explanation, yet that rule affirms the authority of councillors. It has been removed. It is said and undemocratic. The DA is changing the rules of the game as we go along to suit their narrative of silencing the voice of the opposition. They reduce councillors to become mere spectators and fellow travelers through the so-called the review. The DA thinks that they will govern the city of Cape Town forever. When tables turn, they must remember their treatment to other parties. The so-called items for noting are unconstitutional.
Thank you.
Even the former Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Swart, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to start by thanking all the officials who assisted and played an enormous supportive role in bringing this item to Council. Not excluding anyone, I need to mention Advocates Gerber and Sloyer, Ms. Knott, and in particular our stalwarts, Ms. Rezak and Mr. Gigan. Also, Ms. Levendal, the administrative glue holding our committee together. I also want to thank our colleagues who spoke in this debate, indicating some much-needed changes resulting from our work. All councillors, please make sure to properly familiarise yourself with these rules. Madam Speaker, also our appreciation to the members of the committee across party lines for their unified, positive and conducive contributions along the journey we undertook with this review when they were at the meetings. Included here are the ANC and Alderman Sotashe with his many positive contributions. Well, except when he gets sidetracked by his long-standing subjective vendetta against our Speaker, which Councillor Sali now also joined, being completely quiet in the meetings, with Sotashe's ramblings well known to us in the committee. I shall, however, not offer him a platform here today. We will take what he said back to our meeting. Speaker, at the risk of getting a red card for being cynical, I also want to include my thanks to the EFF's Councillor Dambuza, who greatly contributed to the process with his constant non-attendance of our meetings, and then finally leaving us, probably seeking less disciplined pastures. Not surprising, with his party being one half of the tied for first place amongst disgraceful, disruptive parties, together with the NCC, CCC, whatever Cs they call themselves on a specific day. Speaker, this review of the Rules of Order by the Rules and Ethics Committee was not a procedural exercise. It was a necessary and decisive step to ensure authority, order and respect. Also to make provision for our online meetings. This Council cannot function effectively with meetings under constant disruption and often open defiance. Councillors ignoring your rulings, interrupting debate, shouting across the floor, and then, when ordered to leave, refusing to do so, resisting removal. Such defiance does not represent democracy. It represents disorder. It disrespects the Speaker and fellow councillors, undermines the rule of law, and ultimately betrays the residents who entrusted us to lead them with integrity. The authority of the Speaker is the foundation of our council meetings, cemented in legislation and our rules. Without it, we cannot conduct the city's business and serve the people of Cape Town. Let me be very clear, colleagues. Opposition is not the problem. Disruption is. With these amended rules, debate is not under threat. Disorder is. If respect is not offered voluntarily, our rules will enforce it. Madam Speaker, I'm concluding with a minor but important amendments tabled by Councillor Haskin, and I thank him for his support of the item itself. These are not substantive, but dealing only with clarity and consistency in mind. We thank him, and we agree with these proposed amendments and support those. I will also request the administration to again check the rules for correct numbering before it is published. Madam Speaker, I hereby move these amended rules of order for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of the legal department here, they are saying that the amendments are of a technical nature and can be included in the main report as a correction, which we will just deal with. All agree to the amendments as tabled? Anybody against the amendments? The ANC is against the whole thing. NCCC is against. Okay, so let's just deal with the amendments first. The amendment is accepted. So now we have the substantive recommendation as amended. And then those against, please indicate. Thank you. The recommendations are carried as amended. We move on then to the next item, which is the answer to the questions. So, Councillor Steenberg, you had two questions. Your first question and answer appear on pages 1 to 2 of the agenda and page 1 of the separate document. Do you have a follow-up question at this point?
Good afternoon, Speaker. No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to the next one, which is your second question. The answers are on page 1 to 8 of the separate document. Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Steenberg, to that?
No, I don't. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We move on to then Councillor Haynes's question. Your question and answer appear on pages 3 to 4 of the agenda and 3 to 5 of the separate booklet. Do you have any follow-up question, Councillor Haynes?
Speaker?
Yes.
My follow-up, Speaker, would be understanding that there is pipe replacements and all those things that's happening. We currently find ourselves in a situation, Mr. Mayor and Speaker, through your Speaker, that we have pipe burst in our constituencies. And then when we report it, and 2 days later follow up, we are told that there is a service, it's still within the service level agreement. Now, I would want to check with you in the event of an emergency where we have clean running water running away due to a fault of the City of Cape Town. And I'm referring to the fault of the City of Cape Town as a burst pipe because it was not cut by damage by the constituency. Can't we then, as a means of mitigating or trying to have clean water running away, do away with service level agreement and have services in the city or officials in the City of Cape Town to immediately act on burst pipes that is a result of the infrastructure and not as a result of a damage? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Councillor, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if you can respond at this point or if we will respond afterwards to the councillor. You can indicate now, otherwise we're going to move on with the questions and then you will give you an opportunity to come back to the councillor. All right, so we're going to move on. Councillor Haynes, we will respond to that question in due course. Are you
Speaker,
ready? Are you there?
I'm very happy to respond now.
Okay, carry on.
Obviously there are still a large number of bursts around the city on a daily basis, and so the teams will always respond immediately if they are able to, if they're not working on other bursts. So it's, doing away with the service level standard wouldn't mean that there's more people available, because no one is sitting at the office waiting for the end of the service level standard before they reply. They are replying to bursts or attending to bursts all the time. The key thing is to keep persisting with our pipe replacement program so that we can bring those bursts down. And I did put that data in the reply to your question, and you can see that graph there about how bursts are coming down really, really nicely. I hope you can see that, but it's in your reply as well. Bursts are coming down, but there are still obviously far too many. On average, in October so far, 63 bursts around the city on a daily basis. So it's still a large number that the teams are always busy responding to. And so obviously we have increased that budget for pipe allocation dramatically, fourfold, but we've got more to do. And so I look forward to your support for further expanding that budget in future, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want Councillor Badruddin to contribute anything to your answer?
Not sure if he's online today.
Yes, he is. He's indicated that he's ready if you need him.
Okay, well, he's welcome to.
Councillor Badruddin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Speaker. Just to also confirm the service request.
Councillor Badruddin, you're not coming through clearly. Just try once more.
No, let's move on.
Okay, we're moving on. Thank you. The next question that was tabled is Councillor Lombi, and your question and answer appear on pages 5 and 6 of the agenda, and 6 and 7 of the separate booklet. Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor?
Yes, Speaker, thanks. Only two things that I think I must follow up on. One, Mr. Mayor, there is a paragraph that you are indicating that Councillor Mr. Matikane allegedly given authority to the mining. And I must dispel that, because Councillor Matikane is one of those who supported the motion that was submitted by me in 2022. And I think maybe the City of Cape Town might assist us in terms of further investigation as to exactly who is this Matikane. The other item, Speaker, that I would like to follow up on, thanks, Mayor, that you ultimately given us a case number of that particular case. But what I would like to check, given the fact that we know by now that there is a life that was lost, is there any plan that you can provide to us to say the company that was involved in the illegal mining will be held accountable of such incident that occurred on the 3rd of September 2025? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay, so there's two questions. If Councillor, I accept your explanation around Councillor Matikane. I accept that fully, and I will ask Alderman Smith to please follow up with fire services and law enforcement to see whether any charges were laid against the company involved as a result of any criminal negligence for allowing that drowning to take place. And to feed back to you, Councillor, in writing, please, in the next 7 or 10 days or so.
Thank you. Then we move on to Councillor Little. You have a question, and your answer appears on pages 7 to 22 and 8 to 14 of the separate booklet. Do you have a follow-up question? Councillor Little, are you there? Have you unmuted yourself, Councillor? Otherwise, we're moving on. We have unmuted you on the side. Oh. Okay, we're moving on then. The next question is Councillor Bengi. You have a question and your response wasn't ready, so we will carry that over to the next meeting. Councillor Newman, you have a question and your answer is on pages 16 to 17 of the separate booklet, 25 to 28 of the agenda. Do you have a follow-up question? No? All right, then we're moving on. The last question is Councillor Dambuza, and he's not present, so we move on. The next item on the agenda is item 72.
Speaker, it seems Councillor Little's microphone is not unmuted on your side, Madam Speaker.
So it's not muted on our side at all. The paranoia is quite astounding, but it's not muted on the side. So we will wait for her question, which she's going to submit in writing, I presume, unless she's adjacent to someone who can assist her. Otherwise, Councillor Newman.
I see Councillor Newman also has a follow-up.
We haven't muted him on the side. So if they've got a problem, it's with their computers.
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, it seems like the tail is wagging the dog. Your written response confirms that this is so-called rapid disposal process is not a formal adopted policy in council, nor is it supported by any approved legislation or regulatory framework. You admit that it is merely an internal naming convention used to justify prioritization of certain property transactions. Mr. Mayor, I would like you to come down to sub-council and to see that what you're stating in your opening paragraph is completely different to what's happening in Sub-Council 18. I therefore ask you the following questions, Mr. Mayor. Under which specific written delegation approved by council is any official authorized to prioritize transactions for rapid disposal? Where have these delegations or prioritization criteria been published or made accessible to council and the public? What audit mechanisms exist to ensure that prioritization is applied lawfully, equitably, and transparently? Mr. Mayor, if you claim there is no formal rapid disposal policy, how then does the city justify that the Gilray Scouts land is being cleared, prepared for disposal without any formal public participation process or council approved mandate? That does not amount to the city acting outside the law, effectively implementing a policy in practice that it denies exists in principle. If none exists, then the so-called rapid disposal process operates without any lawful authority and undermines the council's constitutional and fiduciary responsibility to act responsibly. This issue is not a procedural one. It speaks to the ethical practice of how public land is managed. The city cannot continue to create informal administrative mechanisms that bypass council oversight and participation. Mr. Mayor, your response is deeply troubling and concerning. What you have stated is not happening in the sub-council. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you have a response?
Okay, well, it was hard to hear a question there. It was more of a speech, but you know, I'll just reiterate what I said here, that the future use of Gilray land is still being under consideration and under review. And it's absolutely not true what you say that it will be disposed without a public participation process. That's not in terms of the law. The law requires a public participation process for every disposal. In fact, it requires several public participation processes. First, at the point of authority to advertise, second at the authority to dispose, and again at the final stage, the decision stage. So just like any other disposal, there will be public participation if and when that property is disposed of.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, I see your hand up. What is the issue?
Thanks, Speaker. It was just a point of clarity as the ward councillor for that particular ward. I think Councillor Newman is operating in fear mongering when he makes these allegations that it's not happening on the sub-council level. He obviously read too much into the term rapid disposal, but it's in fact exactly what the community has asked for the Gilray ground, which is to ensure that they don't foot the bill for years of security services on that particular site. I would suggest that he first of all spell the name of the property correct and then come up with the facts as well.
You've made your point, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Newman, we're not going to go into a second round if you have a point of clarity. Otherwise, we're moving on. Councillor Newman, I'm asking you, do you have a point of clarity? No? All right.
Chair, sorry, I'm muted, Chair.
You're not
Speaker.
muted on our side. You need to learn to unmute on your side. Carry on. Carry on.
Just to the mayor that I will follow up with some written information to him in the next week concerning what he raised.
That's fine. No, that's okay. That's in order. Thank you. We move on to item 78. 72 is approved. Agreed. We move on to item 78, and the first speaker there, and the recommendations on page 168. The first speaker there is Mr. M. Jacobs from Other. Mr. Jacobs, Councillor Jacobs, sorry. Councillor Jacobs, are you there?
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Carry on.
Good afternoon to you, Speaker, Mayor, and fellow councillors. The 2024-25 financial performance of the Human Settlements Directorate report highlights both meaningful progress and serious governance and service delivery concerns that this council must urgently address. Firstly, the Directorate has demonstrated strong capital project delivery. Projects such as Greenville, Macassar, and Bonteheuwel progress faster than projected, as indicated on page 301 to 308, and supported by the city's capital expenditure table. The Directorate spent approximately 1.35 billion, which is 8.5% above its adjusted capital budget of 1.229 billion. That demonstrates visible progress in housing construction and delivery momentum, which deserves recognition. However, Speaker, this progress loses its meaning when we assess how the funds were used and how much was not used. Within the same Directorate, 328 million was budgeted for maintenance and repairs. By year-end, only 22 million had been spent, leaving 306 million or 93% unspent. 93% of maintenance funds remain untouched. That statistic alone should alarm this council. While we celebrate the building of new houses, our existing housing stock, rental units, social housing, and informal upgrades is deteriorating. We cannot call this sustainable development when we build new structures upon neglected ones. The report also attributed underspending to procurement delays, contract terminations, and governance issues. Yet it offers no specifics, no accountability, and no evidence of disciplinary action. The report, however, twice states the phrase, and I quote, "consequence management was applied," unquote, but without clarity. it becomes just a statement to protect and shield certain individuals, rather than proof that any corrective action did take place. It raises the question, was this poor management or something deeper? Because with statistics like these and patterns of underspending across critical service areas, one cannot help but feel that there are deeper irregularities or even shenanigans at play. Equally concerning, Speaker, is the total absence of any references to backyard dwellers, one of the city's largest and most vulnerable housing sectors. Their omission in this report is significant and problematic. No mention in targets, no budget allocation, no measurable plan. We cannot speak of an inclusive city while an entire category of residents is excluded from the Directorate's operational agenda. So I ask the question, how does such an omission align with the city's vision of a caring city or a city that works for all? It cannot. If caring for the poor is the burden that lays so heavy on the heart of the DA and the city government, then the backyard dweller would not have been excluded from its plans. Therefore, Speaker, ARA move that Council request a full disclosure report from the ED of Human Settlements explaining why 93% of maintenance funds were unspent. Secondly, we require inclusion of backyard dwellers in the 25-26 Human Settlements Operational Plan and its outer years, with clear timelines, measurable outcomes, and defined budget allocations. In conclusion, Speaker, housing delivery is not only about building, it is about maintaining, protecting, and including. We can only celebrate progress when every Capetonian in every community, and today especially our backyard dwellers, who is the most at risk, can live safely and with dignity in the homes the city of Cape Town has built for them. Only then can we truly celebrate. Only then can we say that we have delivered and that our city has progressed. But until such time, Speaker, we must not celebrate ourselves. We must not congratulate ourselves. We must correct ourselves. And I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Greetings, Speaker and fellow colleagues. I would just like to ask the dear Council to look at point 8 of the report, which speaks of backyarders and informal settlements. We cannot be in council and people are not reading the agendas and scrutinizing them properly, but I digress. Speaker, item 78 tells us of a beautiful and powerful story. A story of a city that works, a city that cares, and a city that delivers. It speaks of a government that takes seriously the dignity of its people, ensuring that every family, every child, and every household has an opportunity to live in a safe and dignified home. The report before us today is not just a collection of stats, but is a reflection of the city's Human Settlements Department's dedication, planning, and delivery. It fully demonstrates the Democratic Alliance's commitment to ensuring that our residents are not only housed, but that they're empowered. And if we had to take a closer look at some of the things that were raised, top structures built, land acquired, and transfers completed, amongst others, and compare these with other metro capitals, specifically the other two that are our capitals in the country, then you'll realize one glaring truth, and that is that the city of Cape Town is actually leading the way. Let's take a look at Tshwane, for example. While our target already beats theirs 4 times over, you'll realize that the city of Cape Town exceeded the city of Cape Town exceeded Tshwane's own target 5 times over. This was not by accident, colleagues. It is by design. It is a result of disciplined governance, sound financial management, and a clear moral vision for service delivery. And if we had to turn to Mangaung, which houses Bloemfontein, then the story becomes even clearer, because the Metropolitan Municipality of Mangaung does not even have a metric to measure their subsidized housing output. And the reason why they do not have that output is because they do not have accreditation. And they do not have accreditation because of years of historical and ongoing misuse of funds. This is a tragic cost of mismanagement and poor governance. But do not take my word for it. Go and look on the footnote on page 36 of 15 July, which they posted as a report, if you so wish. What does this all mean, Honorable Speaker? It means that while other metros are still trying to get their houses in order, the city of Cape Town is building houses for its people. It means that while others are losing the trust and confidence of their residents, the city of Cape Town is restoring dignity, one title deed, one home, one community at a time. It means that while others treat audits as meaningless numbers, the DA-led city of Cape Town treats audits as evidence that the system works, and when we govern with integrity and purpose, we do it right. The report stands as a testament that good governance is not a slogan, it is a practice. It is proof that where the DA governs, it gets things done. While others use middle class as voting fodder, the DA delivers good news stories, stories of hope, progress, and service. While others spin propaganda that divides, the DA-led city of Cape Town continues to build bridges between communities, between government and the people, between promises and delivery. So let this be known, in Cape Town, under the DA, we do not just talk about service delivery, we deliver it. We do not merely promise dignity, we build it, brick by brick. It is with pride, Honorable Speaker, that I hereby recommend that this report be noted for not only its content, but for what it represents: a government that works, a city that leads, and a party that gets things done. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation. It's for noting. Thank you. Then the item is noted, and we move on to item 81. And the first speaker here is Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, anyone who knows Cape Town will be able to tell you the traffic situation here has become absolutely unbearable over the last 2 decades. I have tremendous respect for Councillor Quintas and all of the hard work that he does, but he has been tasked with the unenviable job of trying to optimize the flow of traffic and congestion, while at the same time, Cape Town's population explodes. As a result, our sewers are regularly blocked and overflowing, and so are our roads. Where our sewage is unfortunately pumped into the beaches and oceans for Mother Nature, tourists, surfers, and swimmers to deal with, our traffic congested roads do not even have such an outlet. Therefore, looking at this urban mobility report, whereas it meets the target set for it, I believe Cape Town road users would say the metrics behind these targets themselves need drastic improvement. And as a result, we're going to have to become a lot smarter in the way that we handle traffic. Various studies on traffic have consistently shown that one of the worst culprits and causes of traffic congestion is traffic lights. In some cases, we have arbitrary traffic lights where no traffic light is necessary, and simple yield signs would improve traffic flow. But more often than not, we have traffic lights that stay red for unnecessarily long times, with zero ability to recognize the differences in traffic conditions and how those conditions may change from one moment to another. Some studies show that badly timed traffic lights can add up to 50% of unnecessary waiting times and traffic congestion. Similarly, using smart traffic lights with adaptive real-time sensors can cut delays and traffic congestion by 50%. To do this, only 2 changes would massively free up the current Cape Town traffic crisis that we currently face. Number 1, replace all unnecessary traffic lights with yield signs. And number 2, replace all badly timed traffic lights with smart traffic lights that use real-time sensors. Thank you very much.
Conclude. Thank you. Councillor Manuel.
Madam Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Councillor Miller makes a point that we don't disagree with. If he has read any number of the opinion pieces that Councillor Quintas has published over the last 4 years, he will know that we agree that congestion is exceptionally bad in Cape Town. But he also notes the exceptional work that the department is doing to shift people from private cars to public transport. The one mistake that Councillor Miller makes is that he assumes that if we make it quicker and easier for people to move through the city with their private cars, that will make a difference. But that actually will not make a difference. The key here is to continue on our agenda to build my city and devolve rail. Because, Madam Speaker, the fourth quarter report shows the people of Cape Town that urban mobility has done more than ever before to maintain our high quality road networks, to make our roads safer, to prioritize public transport development. We have done more to calm our streets around schools, more on the progress of My City construction in Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha and Claremont and Hanover Park and Lansdowne and Wynberg. Councillor Miller and the rest of the council would have seen, Madam Speaker, Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis visiting the brand new Cape Flats My City depot. Now, the entire thing about My City that is impressive about this particular past year, and that is in the fourth quarter report, is that My City uptake has grown by 2 million additional trips this year compared to last year. Our target for this year was 18.6 million trips per year, or for the year. We achieved 22,183 trips this financial year. That is significant. That is how we are going to reduce congestion. And finally, Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend an invitation to both Councillor Miller and any other councillor to come and observe our portfolio committee sitting next week, where we will be looking at the latest development in the rail devolution work that is being done, where we are making exceptional progress to build the argument why the City of Cape Town must take over rail. That, Councillor Miller, through you, Madam Speaker, is how we will reduce congestion while Cape Town continues to be the city of hope for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. The items for noting, so we note the item. Thank you. We move on to item 83. And the first speaker here is Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Speaker. We thank the Directorate for infrastructure upgrades and the work carried out under very trying circumstances at times. However, it's time we ripped off the Band-Aid and exposed the wounds. Excuses flow like the untreated effluent spilling into our bays. Take sewer pipeline replacements, a cornerstone of any functional sanitation system. The report proudly declares that replacing 117 kilometers of sewer pipe was above target. Our city's total sewer reticulation network spans a staggering 9,000 kilometers. That's 9 million meters of aging pipe, much of it prone to collapse under the strain of population growth and neglect. At 117 kilometers replaced annually, we're replacing just 1.3% of the network each year. So replace the entire system at this glacial pace would take approximately 74 years. That's not maintenance, that's managed decline. By 2099, our grandchildren would still be inheriting pipes laid pre-1994, still bursting under pressure and spewing filth into our streets, waterways, and coastal waters. The human toll was most visible in communities such as Khayelitsha and Dunoon and across the Cape Flats, where residents endure unsanitary conditions. Children play in contaminated puddles and families fall ill from waterborne diseases. This is unacceptable. But the true outrage, marine outfalls, over 40 million litres of untreated sewage, except for removal of solids, is discharged daily into the Atlantic Ocean from outfalls at Greenpoint, Camps Bay and Hart Bay. This toxic deluge poisons our beaches, endangers marine life, and undermines Cape Town's reputation as a world-class destination. Finally, Madam Speaker, where is the urgency for the sake of our health, a sustainable environment, a city that deserves to shine, not stink? Let's turn noting this report into action. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Badruddin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always interesting to listen to Councillor Bowden, just simply listening to the points on the sewer pipe replacements, and it's no surprise that he isn't able to celebrate the amazing work of our operational teams and their ability to be able to quadruple the pipe replacement value that we have undertaken since the beginning of our term at least. And also just to add, in case the councillor isn't aware, that in terms of global best practice, it is correct to replace at least about 1% of pipe within a municipality. And so we in this city are already working to increase what we are currently doing as well. But I want to come to the point of the report, Madam Speaker, that is before us. And so whilst Johannesburg residents queue for water trucks and Tshwane's pipes are crumbling, here in Cape Town, our taps are flowing. And this is what the City of Hope looks like in practice. Our Water and Sanitation Directorate's fourth quarter report isn't just numbers on paper, it's actual proof that good governance delivers results. And so while others are making promises, we are actually delivering, Madam Speaker, dignified services to our residents in all of our communities. And we've made the lives of our residents better by delivering real results. 5,640 toilets have been provided in our informal settlements, exceeding our target of 3,500. We have, as the council acknowledged, replaced 117,000 plus meters of sewer pipes within our city, also exceeding our target. 66,950 meters of water pipe replaced, again exceeding our target, and 48 megaliters per day of augmented water capacity delivered, again exceeding our target. Now, Madam Speaker, numbers don't lie. So let me tell you what an incompetent government looks like. Tshwane, the capital of broken promises, failed their own modest 13 kilometers of water pipe replacement target, only able to replace 9.8. They burnt 2 million rand a day on delivering water through trucks. Meanwhile, we buy our own trucks in our city to deliver superior service at a fraction of the cost. Madam Speaker and councillors, Johannesburg, the city of empty taps, a pitiful 5 kilometers of water pipe replaced within their municipality, only 7 kilometers of sewer pipes replaced. Now compare that to our achievement in our city. The verdict is clear. In Cape Town, we're replacing more infrastructure in 1 year than these two metros combined. And so when our residents call us in our municipality, we respond. When they open their taps, clean, clear, great quality water flows. And when they flush their toilets, the system works when it is not being vandalized. That's the Cape Town difference, Madam Speaker. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I put forward.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you indicated you'd like to respond.
I agree with a lot of the concerns that Councillor Bowden has raised. Councillor Budgetin's right that we have quadrupled that pipe replacement program. 117 is the most we've replaced in well, probably, you know, I don't want to say definitively, but probably in 10 years, in any 1 year. Now, I just want to find the response that I gave to Councillor Haynes earlier. I have it here. Because it is starting to work, Councillor Bowden. When you see the decline in bursts, you can see it in the order paper if you look at the response that I tabled to Councillor Haynes. And there's also a encouraging decline in sewer bursts as well. But of course, it is true. We have a 9,000 kilometer long network, and we should be replacing it even faster to catch up for all those years that we were not replacing 100 kilometers a year at minimum. So I would like to be replacing 200, 300, 400 kilometers a year. But Councillor Bowden, this is where I have to call you out on your hypocrisy. You oppose our proposal for additional budget allocations for exactly that. You use that as a stick to beat us with around the city, and then also oppose or decry the fact that we are not replacing enough. We have already quadrupled our budget. We would like to do more, and I look forward to seeing you supporting additional allocations for water and sanitation capital programs in future years, and supporting all that is required to get to those additional allocations, because money does not just come out of the pipes, so to speak, Councillor Bowden. It doesn't grow on trees. It actually comes from the public of Cape Town. So I look forward to your support for those additional allocations when they come up in future years. And the point where I strongly disagree with you, we have to use our scarce resources to prioritize properly. So you say the greatest outrage, I think that's the exact phrase you used, the greatest outrage is the coastal outfalls. No, sir. The greatest concern, the thing that upsets me the most, is going to communities around Cape Town and still seeing sewer overflows in streets. We cannot rest until we have addressed that and fixed that problem and replaced and upgraded enough pipes to make sure that no one has to have that indignity. We are a long way from that, but we are going to keep pushing and keep growing this replacement program until such time as that happens. So that is the greatest issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item is for noting. We move on to item 89. And the first speaker there is Councillor Solomons.
Good afternoon. Am I audible, Madam Speaker?
You are. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, here we have a report on the reduction strategy of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And page 479 states that in total for the year 2024-2025, 488 million was written off. Yet between January 2025 and April 2025 alone, plus minus 508 million was written off in total. And then the DA-led City of Cape Town claims no fraud or corruption. Had you afforded me more time, Madam Speaker, I could have referenced all the item numbers to the 508 million. It's already a big enough issue with hundreds of millions of ratepayers' monies getting written off, and then tariffs gets raised to the point where people must decide whether they buy a bread or electricity. Madam Speaker, we as the NCC cannot be in support of these reports, where the people of Cape Town get lied to like this. To the people of Cape Town, I wish to say, know your DA. These are not good people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Zyl.
Thank you, Speaker. The item is for noting, this item for noting is part of a strategy to reduce unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in local government sphere in South Africa, which was introduced by National Treasury. All municipalities in South Africa has adopted this strategy to be implemented throughout the medium-term strategy framework period and have to put plans in place to achieve the target set. The goals targets set have been challenging and not all municipalities have achieved the National Treasury targets. While the city have achieved these targets as per NHFB, this is only through relentless effort. My apologies. What the city has done as part of these efforts, the implementation plans developed were institutionalized into municipality business processes, championed at the highest levels politically and within the administration. Root causes analysis to ensure prevention and detective controls are implemented to reduce recurrence. Those are only one or two things that the city have done to achieve the goals set by National Treasury. And that makes me comfortable that efforts are being made and that the focus is on measurable outcomes and achieving the targets timelessly. But what are the other metros doing? Are they reaching their targets? Are unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in those metros reduced? The opposition is always against comparison with other metros. I wonder why. Don't they want the voters to know how they govern? Do they want to hide the intentions in the financial management space in other municipalities? The intentions to ignore all National Treasury agreements, strategies and efforts to introduce and implement sound financial management in local government level. Do they want to keep on wasting and squandering taxpayers' money? Just some information regarding situation in these metros where the ANC with the coalition partners governs. And these partners including people that sit in our council as well. The PA, Action SA, Effect EFA, Al Jamal, just to name a few. Let's see what happened in Nelson Mandela Bay, their unauthorized expenditure raised from 8,000 Rand to a whopping 1.4 million Rand in the last 3 financial years. The irregular expenditure increased from 18 million to 22 million. And then obviously, the biggest of them all, the city of Joburg. What happened there? Their unauthorized expenditure increased from a 6 million to 12.9 million Rand the past 3 financial years. And the irregular expenditure, there was at least a little bit of a decrease from 13 to 9 million. Thank you, Speaker. Just note, I hope the voters from Cape Town note what's happening in other metros as well.
Thank you. The items for noting, we will note the item. Councillors, that concludes the open session of the meeting. We have about 36. We have about
Can I have a
36.
question to the Speaker, please?
I'll come to you now. We have about 36 minutes left, and I'm going to suggest we just push through the confidential agenda. Councillor Haynes?
May I have, I know the item is for noting, but may I have a speaker to Councillor Van Zyl, please?
No. We've moved on. That was the speaker's list. Sorry.
But I want to ask a question on the input on that item. I mean, the rules allow for that.
Is it a question of clarity, Councillor?
Yes, sorry for not concluding the sentence.
Okay. You may have your question of clarity.
And Nkosi, Speaker.
I'd hate to bully you. Keep going.
You know I'm not easily bullied. My question of clarity is Councillor Van Zyl saying to us, because our fruitless and wasteful expenditure are less than other municipalities, it is fine, we can continue to waste and monies that can be fruitfully spent?
Okay, I don't think I got that, but Councillor Van Zyl, perhaps you could clarify.
That is not what the item is about, Councillor. This is about a strategy to reduce those expenditure. And we can at least show that we've done that in comparison with other metros where you as the ANC are in charge. Thank you, Chair, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Then that debate is over. We move on, councillors, now to the confidential section of the agenda. So we just need to switch off the YouTube link. And when we have confirmation that that's done, we will proceed. Perhaps we can just get councillors to register again if it's easier.